have a shot at winning that. And race number 4, for the first time since 2021, we're going back to the Homestead road course, and we're going to go and dial it on in just a moment. Qualifying starts at 7:10 Central, 8:10 Eastern for the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You can join in now if you haven't already, but spots are limited. Buck Day will be a thing. I just checked in. We have 40 drivers already registered, and that means 40 drivers will definitely be taking the green flag here tonight. If we get over 40 drivers, that means some drivers will be bumped out of qualifying depending on speed. Let's talk about it. Las Vegas, haven't been there with the next gen in a long time. Last time I believe was actually way earlier this year with a race 5, and well, it looked a little sketch. We had drivers wrecking all the time, worried about handling. Well, for the first time in a long time, we're gonna have a long distance endurance race for NR Night in America. Recently, a lot of viewers and drivers have been advocating for shorter races for more impact within that time slot. Well, I'm kind of miss the long races. I miss that long, spread out, grueling strategy style. So we're doing 90 laps for race number 1. And Las Vegas is a track, yet you really don't know what's going to happen. We've had caution after caution here before. We've had a fuel mileage race, a tire lottery. We went 100 laps one time without a single caution. So this is going to be a very unknown style of racing. It's going to be that late sunset start, hopefully going into the nighttime hours. And then race number 2, Atlanta. Yes, a super speedway, but a different style of it. Tire wear handling is going to mean a lot. You might see them ripping the wall. You might see them downstairs. You might see a couple single car spins or relaxed yellows coming on. Keep that in mind. It is going to play a big role in how the races are run tonight. Before we head into race number 3, the short track shootout. Another tournament in NR Night in America that's starting to get a big reputation for the viewers and the drivers, including how the Super Speedway shootout recently ended. 6 drivers mathematically have a shot at winning that tournament. Kyle Terzak, Daniel Mosteller. You also got a lot of other drivers that are well known that we'll go ahead and continue to talk about throughout this night. 6 drivers. I believe James Thurston is also there, but he has to win out. I wanted to go ahead and point that out. Are heading into Five Flags Speedway for race number 3 for 100 laps to see who will win that tournament. Gonna be a lot of fun. Short track shootout and super speedway shootout are in the works to get us season 2. And we're looking at also bringing an intermediate short shootout, should we say, to NR Night in America. Gonna be a lot of fun. We're really excited to see how it works out. We know the trucks have been great on the short tracks from Kern County to Fairgrounds to New Smyrna and now to the Five Flags Speedway. We get ready to end that slot tonight. Let's look at race 4, Homestead Road Course. Well, here is what the Homestead Road Course looks like. They have 2 versions of it. They have A and B. A uses none of the NASCAR pavement that is on the track besides the straightaways, and B uses NASCAR 3 and 4, which is the oval 3 and 4 of the actual Homestead Miami Speedway. We'll be doing that. We'll be also running the inner loop of it, so we're going to be going inside the infield onto the main course. It's going to be a lot of fun. We haven't done it since 2021, and we think you all are going to enjoy it. Well, guess what? In 5 minutes, we are going to go ahead and start to connect. So give us one moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to go ahead and reconnect to the live stream. I was moving things over, and that's when we went ahead and lost it. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We did go ahead and lose at least the iRacing side. That's why we do it so early. That's why we get in, we do our thing. So sorry about that, but we are back. For the ones that don't know, iRacing takes a lot of the CPU, and a CPU is something that can be very limited on a PC. So when transitioning from one scene to the next, that does happen. But we did not go anywhere. We are still right here. 400 likes. We do get race number 5. We haven't had 400 likes in a while. So if the chat is excited, getting hyped, we're going to put a 300 like goal. And if we hit the 300 like goal, then we will go ahead and do race 5 where you, the viewers, get to go ahead and vote. Las Vegas is an older style track on iRacing. It hasn't been rescanned in a long time. With that being said, we do have some small things I have to deal with. Like, for instance, we can't have all the fast action camera angles. We have to go ahead and move things around. Versus a newer track like Atlanta, Daytona, where you can play around with certain aspects of it to really give you that full sim feel. We are loading back in. It is a full session. We did check and we are ready to go at it. But so glad to have you all with us on this Friday night. Last time we streamed was Tuesday night. If you already haven't checked that out, go ahead and do so. I know I put out a couple clips there on Instagram, Twitter, and on the YouTube side, including TikTok. The commentary, how much has changed from what it was versus what it is now, and also what has changed from what I do in person versus what I do on the sim. If you don't know, I do broadcast in person as well at the National Fairgrounds Speedway. I've called races at Salem Speedway this year, as well as Winchester. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how things continue to go. We're not going to go with the radio style tonight. We're going to very much go towards the broadcasting aspect, but it is going to be a whole lot of fun. Let's get ready to go green, ladies and gentlemen, just one more time. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long as we get ready to capture the flag just one more time. Less than 2 minutes, we'll have qualifying, and yes, cars are back on track, and we're going to get ready to take the green flag in just a matter of moments. 67, Chad Thornquist, another driver going for the super speedway shootout, for the short track shootout. He is on the racetrack, getting ready to go in and dial things in. Trading paints loading back on. Let's go trackside. Another reason it crashed, you have to turn the exposure up at Las Vegas because it gets very dark once the sun starts setting. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how they all roll. James Bomar, top of the board. We're not used to seeing him usually do great things here in the next gen. Love to see that speed of 29.68. Frank Horley back by an 07. He sits second. Contreras, Bruce Berry back there in the 16th position. Josh Kenyon, Lebsack, Miles Davis, and so many others have set down a time. 2 drivers are scheduled to be bumped from this race. 42 went ahead and entered. 40 will take the green flag. Just 1:30 left before we go green. Frank Horley. James Bomar rolling his way around. Chad Thornquist. One of the Toyotas on the racing surface. Cash Gulp. You know, we don't talk about Cash Gulp enough. Driver looking to do great things in NR. Having a lot of fun. He's running around in his Chevrolet. So far, out of everyone that's joined, 40 drivers have set down a practice time. And this is going to be a 90-lap race. Once again, so glad to have you all with us as we get ready to take the green flag. Qualifying ready to go underway. Will we see another new time winner in NR Night in America tonight? I would not be surprised as we get ready to go green. Let's get ready to roll. Locked and loaded 2x2. They're going to roll off once we get rolling, but in the 14-second time, only one thing matters, ladies and gentlemen. That's the great race in action we're getting ready to see. Contreras, one of the Toyota drivers. And last time Marcelo went to victory lane, he was in a Toyota driving a Contreras machine, basically. Aladam went ahead and gave him a nice little livery, and he put it on, and, well, he put it up front. That was the biggest thing about him running that car. You're going to go ahead and race it. You better win in it. Frank Horley on the racing surface. One of the first Fords to take to the track. Horley looking to be one of 40 machines to take the green flag. New camera angles here at Las Vegas. We updated it just about a couple hours ago to add to the speed. And we're getting ready to go green. Wouldn't be surprised if Horley makes the field, but we've had great drivers be bumped before. So don't look away from what can or cannot happen. Frank the Tank dials it up. He's heading to turn 1. If you love the race in action and you want to see more of it, feel free to drop a like on this stream. Go ahead and let your friends know how things are going as we're getting ready to take the green flag. Devin Schmeeker Ethan Eckert, Joseph Goff, Carlos Truther. Some drivers just looking for their first ever win. Orley back to the line, will get his first time in. 2 purples across the bottom, top of the board at 29.92. And it goes Gio Turpin back to second. Haven't seen him go to victory in quite a while. Douglas Newbigging and that 71 machine slid down off turn number 2, and it's going to be a botch lap for him. Here comes William Schmidt. Schmidt on the inside, running wide. Not a big fan of the next gens, but does love racing at our Night in America. Your Super Speedway Shootout winner puts his Toyota dialed on in. He goes P3. Joey Reynolds, one of his first starts in NR, to the inside, one of the Fords. Will Shack, still no time for him yet. Laquan McCoy in the 26 machine. Heading back to turn 1. Finds himself 24th, very much into the main show. Maurice Berry up to 5th. Frank Corley Mack the 2nd. Gio Turpin brings Bowtie top of the board. Douglas Newbigging to the inside, 34th quickest. Doug, a driver we haven't seen go to victory lane in a long time, but does have a nice reputation in NR. Usually runs up front, including on the short tracks. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes to victory lane there in race number 3 as his Chevrolet dialed off turn number 4. Jonathan Ledger, no time on the outside, looking in, only top 40 taking the green flag. Will Shack, no time for him as well, sitting 41st quickest if it comes down to iRating. Will Shack, 37th. In, but on the bubble, still 2 drivers to not make the show. Max Steinmeier, 17th quickest in the Jumpman Toyota. River Page, top of the board. Carlos Truther, Ethan Eckert, Ricker Byram. Douglas Newbigging, now 26. Josh Kenyon, still waiting to go ahead and have him put down a time. Jonathan Ledger, Contreras, 40th quick, needs something fast because the last 2 have yet to put down a time. On the bubble, last driver in, Contreras jumps way up the board, 21st. And will slot himself in the show. Lambert now on the bubble. Jonathan Ledger outside looking into the Mopar. 41st, you don't want to be that guy getting bumped. But you do get an opportunity to head into Atlanta early and at least get things rolling. What do you guys think of the stream as we get ready to go green? My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, and you're watching this YouTube Live as we get ready to dial it in. Ledger, one last shot. 41st quickest is enough to break into the show. It is not. He did go in and gain time, but not enough to catch Lambert. And Ledger on the outside looking in. That might be it. Will Shack up to 21st, and he's very much slotted himself in a position to win. What's new with this aero package? Well, Douglas Newbigging goes top of the board. We lowered the fuel cell just a little. A 90-lap race with a 90% fuel cell. Expect green flag pit stops tonight if we get green flag runs. So a long distance race at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway to dial things in. Let's get ready to go green. 40 drivers take the green flag here tonight on this NR Night in America. It's going to be a blast. Douglas Newbigging, River Page, Joseph Armstrong, Gio Turpin. That being your fast 4, top of your screen. You can see where they've all lined up as we get ready to roll. We're going to put it out 300 likes tonight. We will get a race 5. So 2 drivers have been bumped out of this race, and go ahead and find your favorite driver on the top of your screen, the ticker going on by. We have been talking about new e-ticket events coming in our Night in America. The Ford 400 at the Homestead Miami Speedway, slotted possibly for November, and the Holiday 500 at the Talladega Super Speedway, looking for that December date. So many opportunities, so many outlooks as we get ready to go green. James Bomar back in that 10th place position. Once again, fastest in practice. Didn't have the speed to go top of the board. We know he's not a one-lap hero. Gio Turpin up in the fast forward. He's a driver that came into NR Night very early into the awakening around August or July of 2021. Took a hiatus most of 2022, but has come back for vengeance in 2023, looking for a big-time win. He starts on the outside of row number 2. William Schmidt, the closer, won the Super Speedway Shootout on points by just a slim margin. Walked it off as the closer from Michigan and rolls in with the next gens, looking for something great. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the finale of the short track shootout. Truck Series racing at the Five Flag Speedway. That will be race number 3. Let's get ready to go green. Next time by, we get the one to go. Douglas Newbiggin and company rolling off. Frank Orley on the outside. It is that sold-out virtual crowd that you love to see. Lined up 2 by 2. And it's really not just a virtual crowd anymore, as we found out a lot of you love to put that VR headset on, sit with your buddies at some point in this racetrack, and watch them race. It's happened week in and week out of NR Night in America, and we're so glad you guys continue to do that. It's a lot of fun to go and see the videos and then lining it up with the broadcast. So if you are watching the race in the sim from any part of this grandstand, we say hello, we say welcome, and we hope you all are having a great night. Eric W., hopefully you do get better. Let's go ahead and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers, you are go for throttle up. Douglas Newbiggin down the flat. Pace car will turn the lights off this time by. Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime on a Friday night. Do we have a fuel mileage gamble? It would fit the vibe of Las Vegas. 90 laps of action. You all voted that before we took the green flag here tonight. Ford Chevrolet, row number 1. Chevy lockout, back to row number 2. A couple Fords at hand, and through rows 3, 4, and 5 as we get ready to go green. River Page on the outside lane, fresh off a suspension. Douglas Newbiggin. It's been a while since he's gone to victory lane. Let's see if he can finally find it here. The one to go. Andrew Cooney, P6. Couple wins in NR, one came on dirt. The others, the super speedways. It's Friday the 13th as the nighttime gets ready to roll in from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Through 3 and 4, just one more time. Lights off on the top of the pace car, which means one thing and one thing only. It's time for the green flag. Pace car makes a hard left onto pit road, and Douglas Newbiggin will lead us down. What a glorious Friday night it is. So let's roll the dice as we light the fuse from Las Vegas. Armstrong in tow to the inside, lined up with a 9. River Page just didn't get that run on the outside he wanted early on, already back to 3rd. Outside, wheel to wheel, now gets to run down the hill and schedules his way into that 2nd spot. Joe downstairs once again, continues the dogfight back to 3 and 4, but it's Douglas Newbiggin leading back to the line. Newbiggin leads lot number 1. Armstrong just trying to clear the Ford. What a side draft out of the 24 machine. River Page back in a second. That's the thing about the next gen, so aero dependent. If you can just take the air off of someone's rear spoiler, you'll be able to easily pass them on that outside lane. Las Vegas multi-groove surface. Gio Turpin, a look to the inside. Try to get him. You can see Andrew Cootie and company just stuck in a hole. 2x2, Moss Stellar locked in. River Page can now start the quest of finding the lead. Ford on Chevy, down off turn number 2. New Bigging blocks top. River Page to drive, 10 the difference. Back to 12 as he lays off the turn 3. Turpin on the outside. Rolling the dice, top 4, single file, chasing the bow tie to turn 1. Doug's got to be smart right here. Place your machine in an area that you got at least put that dirty air on that Ford. Page tightening up the track. Turpin on the outside lane already put his shot in tow. Now it's Chevy on Ford wheel to wheel for that second spot. Turpin on the outside gets the nose out in front. Page holds on to second. The battle for the lead gets ready to rage on. Just lap 5 out of 90. New Biggie's got a brace. You can continue to see him to mirror drive, but can't put the block on the Ford. River Page downstairs. Nearly lost it off corner exit back to third. That's just fundamental race of that 71 machine. Gio Turpin hasn't won in a long, long time. Top of the board from Vegas. To the outside of New Bigging. But Doug isn't giving up just yet. Back downstairs. Try to just lay it on into turn 1. Loses momentum off turn 2. Page to the outside. And they're not waiting. Not a single driver has backed off. Nothing but passing up front. Right side of your screen. Eckert up 10 spots. Truther up 5. Chad Thurquist up inside that Sweet 16, battling his way through 3. Armstrong on the outside, there in 4th. Lined up nose to tail with the River Page machine. Bomar wheel to wheel, one more machine behind. Frank Orley on the inside lane. One of the Fords that were really fast in practice, under a second to your race leader. And Gio Turpin has the lead for now, but we already seen New Bigging know how to go ahead and really use the air to that advantage. He gets on the outside of the 84 machine. He's going to put himself in position to take the air off that rear end and say adios. Keep an eye out for it. The gap back to a 4-2. Gio Turpin pulling away, but tire wear means something on this old worn out surface. Keep an eye on it. Working lap 8 out of 90. If you're just joining us here tonight, we say welcome. It's rush hour for the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. This is NR Night in America. Joseph Armstrong back and forth. Well, he had a lot of pressure from behind before. Now he's going to get it from the James Bomar 20. Locks himself on the bottom. River Page to the back end of the Roasted Gems 71. See how Doug just has a different entry point than everyone else. He barrels it on into turn 3 while most of the drivers back it off to get that run. That's where you're starting to see River Page just a little bit better off exit. Turpin the lead by 4. Now make it more. Back on corner entry. His first lap sled all year in the year 2023. Bomar to the inside. He thought about it. Joe just shut that door back on him. Las Vegas Motor Speedway, one of the most well-loved intermediates in NR Night in America, showing itself why. The herd working its way back. The 24 downstairs, Ethan Eckert. Wheel to wheel with Carlos Truther. Truther first arriving on the scene of NR this year, showing that strength, due for a win. He didn't make a lot of friends though, if you look back at it, from Michigan. Him and Aiden Walker got into it a ton. Most machines on the inside. How about the 9 machine of Andrew Cootie? Top side looking for a way around the 87. Lap 12 out of 90. Remember that smaller fuel cell, at some point these guys got to come back in. Mose on the apron, just caught that left side. He's going to lose a spot to Andrew Cootie, who's going to run right around him on the outside lane. Andrew Cootie up to the 7th position. Now he looks for a dodge to the inside of the 22. Thought he could get a 2 for 1. Couldn't get it to work. New Bigging still under fire. Bomar to the outside of the Joseph Armstrong Toyota. Horley watching on. He's going to try it again. He's already seen multiple times where drivers will take that air off that right rear. Bomar, checkmate and saying thank you. He's into the fast 4. The question is, can he stay there around the outside with this progressive banking? Might be able to cross the bow of the 20. He very much does, as Joseph Armstrong looking to go ahead, and should we say James Bomar, looking to go ahead and get his 2nd win at our night in America. First from Rockingham, 2nd from Vegas. You just never know, including with NR Night in America, with how this fall action has gone on. Hoover Page next on the chopping block, the 20 to the inside. Bomar on the bottom, forcing Page wide. The 24 the drive off. It really stick with him. You saw that 2x2. 3 wide, Frank Horley. To the inside, battle for 4th. Joe's got to be cognizant on that outside lane. If they wash wide, they may go right into him. Doesn't have to worry about it at all. Finds his lane back in the 4th position. Andrew Cootie on the outside. Now he wants the spot. Horley dead sideways off corner exit. Cootie limbo on the flat. To the inside, wheel to wheel, finds his way around the Horley Ford. Can he slide up? Locks it in with a slide job. Horley back to 7th, Cootie up to 6th. No, this doesn't look to be over. Shuffle the deck. Horley on the inside, now Cootie back on the outside. Well, that goes on, the battle for the lead. See New Biggin looking for a way around. Daylight downstairs, goes for it. Chevy on Chevy. New Biggin to the bottom. Help with Page. And Douglas New Biggin can take back the lead for now. But Turpin winds it up on the outside lane. He wants to drive off. Looking 3 wide it was, but New Biggin holds on. Page 2nd, Turpin the 3rd, now maybe 4th, as the Joseph Armstrong Toyota looks back wheel to wheel. Page wants a slot lined in, nose to tail, to the outside with a peak. Couldn't get it to work. Lap 18 out of 90. 5 drivers under a blanket. We talk about Vegas, you just never know what can happen here. It's a gamble every single time you go racing. You can have a caution-free race, or you can have caution after caution after caution, and it's like it's just never going to end. So far, we've got great racing with the top 5 under half a second. New Biggin leads them back to the line, lap 19 out of 90. Armstrong one in the outside. Is going to get the wheel-to-wheel. Contact. New Biggin sideways, saves it. Your leaders in the outside wall. Armstrong back to the bottom. Doug just trying to save it. Up the track near Bomar. And that's going to go ahead and throw a wrench in his plans. Joseph Armstrong, new race leader. Now what does Page do here to really try to make things work? Shuffling towards the back end of the field. Most drivers looking to hold on. Page looking to the bottom. Couldn't get it to stick. New Biggin on the outside. The 87 of Mosteller finds his way up a spot. How about William Schmidt? Never gets the best qualifying efforts, but he'll be there at the end. There's a reason why we call him the closer. Currently running in that 13th position. Page on the inside. The drive down off. Looking back downstairs. See how much this pack is just stretched on out. Drivers trying to get an opportunity. James Bomar there in 3rd. Running that 2nd groove to work on the drive off. 8 back. 7 back. still knows the tail. And Joe's got to watch out because this 24 has already done it multiple times. Gets on the outside of the driver, takes that air off him. Would not be surprised if that's his next line. He's so good at doing it. Bomar has the idea as well. Jumps on the outside lane. Page might be locked downstairs. Joe runs wide. Page back to the rear end. Last time went to Vegas, Joseph Armstrong led off turn 4. Back to the checkered flag. He got dumped by Jason Beckman, losing the race. Now he's leading on lap 23 of 90. Bomar's just sitting there watching. Looking to make something work. Back to the outside. Page on the bottom. Wheel to wheel. River Page plays limbo, but Bomar just so good on that outside lane. See how much drivers have really shoveled out. Carlos Truther back to that 13th position. Tire wear already meaning something. So many of these drivers went hard early on, and it was tight, action-packed racing. But saving tires clearly has been the get-go of going to victory lane. Here's the wheel-to-wheel for second. Can PBR find a daydream and win big in Vegas? Crossing the bow of River Page. Page crosses to the outside. Bomar shuts the door on the Ford. Trying to keep him at bay. Page back downstairs. Couldn't get to him. That burnt rubber racing warehouse Toyota. So good in that second groove. Strung out, holding on. Bomar, Page, Joseph Armstrong. Armstrong leads lap 26 of 90. What has changed towards the back end of this field? Max Steinmeier back in that 19th position. Little damage there on the nose. He's back there with Josh Kenny in the 18th spot. And once again, the drivers that didn't save the tires early in this run, either A, expecting a yellow, or just wanted to go ahead and leapfrog position. Sean Rowe there in that 14th position. A driver that is very good on the short tracks. I wouldn't be surprised if he's excited for Five Flags Speedway. Having a great outing so far up inside the Sweet 16. And then there's James Bomar up front, an underdog, looking for a great storyline to end race number 1. River Page, one of the youngest drivers. To the bottom, wanting something to work. Page downstairs. Finds the wheel-to-wheel. River Page, top of the board from Vegas. Joe in second, Bomar to third. Morley, New Bigging. So if you're new to NR Night in America, wondering, okay, so now the race has gone strung out, but what about the guys way in the back that have gone into incidents? Have you seen already tonight? Couple drivers, scattered incidents away towards the back. Why don't we throw the caution? Well, it's pretty simple. They're wrecking back there in 35th position, and we have to bring them back and slow them down. Consistent cautions hurt the race flow. And we also have inexperienced drivers wrecking towards the rear end. If you don't throw the caution, it's almost like, hey, well, this is a lesson learned. If you don't wreck back there, you have a shot at winning this race. But you're not going to affect some of these drivers that are running on strategy up front. AKA, if you're running back there in the 30th spot, no point in throwing it, because the racecraft, the race value that's going on front is what makes the racing great. You're back there at 35th, making mistakes. It's off camera. It's out of view of the admins. Hey, wreck in the back. We stay green. And that's exactly how it's worked throughout the entirety of NR Night in America. And that's why we can have long green flag runs. And that's what makes racing great. We don't have stage racing. So if you have a 90-lap race that goes green all the way, that's unique. That shows value. But if guys are up front wrecking, obviously you're forced to throw the yellow, and then the strategy changes out. If you go ahead and throw cautions for incidents away in the back, it hurts the value of the race and the strategy, because those guys that have already made 2 or 3 mistakes, they most likely will make 2 or 3 more. Joseph Armstrong back to the second spot. Bomar back in third. How about a wheel-to-wheel? Horley on the outside, new beginning. After a minor mistake early on in this race. Back to the inside, wheel-to-wheel. How about William Schmidt up to that 5th position? Talked about him being a driver that knows how to make these long green flag runs work. To the outside, making a strong improvement on his night. Wheel-to-wheel, Chad Thornquist and some of these other drivers have actually worked their way on pit road. Gio Turpin. Now, we do also want to point out, if there is multiple incidents on the track, we will throw a safety yellow. What safety yellows do is bring a caution out for incidents that were missed on stream, but there is enough scattered ones. It's enough to say, okay, there's enough problems out there for us to throw the yellow. Let's go ahead and give these drivers an opportunity to come down pit road, fix it up, try it again, and send them back off to turn 1. But no need for one now. Armstrong to the inside of Page. Battle for the lead again. River Page so strong at defending. Finds his way back through. Joe back to the rear end, to the inside. Armstrong on the bottom. Page on the outside. Oh, we got tight to the center. Toyota on forward. Page top side. Armstrong inside to the line. Lap 35 out of 90. And they're still fighting for the lead. Armstrong, oh, he thought about clearing. Page hard on the throttle on the outside. Finds his way back to 3 and 4. And this is a game of cat and mouse right here. Joe knows he's stronger and faster than River Page, but he's not as good at defending than that 24 machine. So how do you make up that ground? Well, you're going to have to go in and get a little tricky here. Page, well, every time he's against the 8 ball, you've already seen it tonight, he'll do something to take these drivers back and get them off hand. Either get on the right side and take the air off the spoiler, drive it in deep when he's expecting to clear, and just being unfazed. That's what makes him such a good driver on these intermediates with the next gen. But Joe's got to get really creative here late in the going if he's going to want to go to victory lane, because they've seen it before. Just because you're the fastest and the strongest on track doesn't mean you're going to win the race. Sometimes you just have to be the smartest to capture the flag. Working our way, lap 37. Schmitty, there he is. Finding his way back in that 4th position. Douglas Newbegin to the inside of Orley. Almost made contact with that left side. See Frank going way up the track. Marty Shamela, young driver in the running. Looking for a way through on the inside. Armstrong dials it into 1. Page way up the track. Joe off corner exit. He lost a lot of speed off turn 2, that being the 24. Had to roll out of that throttle. And look who's come to play. Some of these other drivers behind. How about the machines that have already come to pit road? Chad Thornquist. 1 lap down, decided to perform the undercut, and it's working well for him. A bounce on lap himself as green flag pit stops get ready to commence. Thornquist on the outside. Looking to get something to work. Bomar back in 3rd. Oh, early in this race, he looked to be possibly the driver to beat. Well, he has dropped back dramatically when it comes down to the top 3. Starting to reel it back in under a second. With green flag pit stops coming on in soon, you may start to wonder, okay, if I'm faster than these guys, do I stay out a little longer? Or do I come to pit road, undercut them, and try to beat them off track position? Trouble, River Page, up and into the lap machine of Chad Thornquist. That's enough to go ahead and get turned for something. Thornquist just trying to find his way around, is not fighting for the lead, but trying to get back on the lead lap with his pit strategy. To the outside, another contact made. There at the 20th, Joseph Armstrong. River Page, does he let him by or does he continue to fight him? I'd say just let him go. See Thornquist navigating his way through back to the bottom. to the inside, and River Page will yield to that lap machine. Chad Thornquist will be our provisional leader if things continue. Page to the inside. I don't get fighting the lap machine. Let him go. Finally does. Lap 41 out of 90. Bomar back to third, losing time. The lap machines are making it difficult for some of these front runners to really work around. They're going to go to their scheduled pit stop length, and we've seen before in eTicket events when drivers know they can't make it off tire wear, they just go to where they need to and try to like reset their system. They'll go ahead and pit lap 30, lap 35, lap 28. It doesn't really matter to them because they know if they get a caution, they're going to get their laps back. But for all these other drivers that hit the cycle early on, they're struggling right now in their timing with all these machines going around them on the outside lane, the inside, really hurting their cue of when to go ahead and drive it in deep, when to hit your exit, when to go ahead and conserve, make things work. Big thing is also timing. We just talked about Frank Horley early in this race being what? Under a second, battling in the 7th spot. Well, he hasn't left that position. Now he's almost 4 or 5 seconds back. The next gens at worn out racetracks are oh so good on iRacing. It's showing right now. Speaking of Horley, just got on the side there of Shamela. William Schmidt. Right side damage, a lot of it there on the 79. Fighting off corner exit. Now we haven't seen Gio Turpin in a long, long time. One of the drivers early on making things work. Here comes James Bomar. Truther is in, Steinmeier is in, Bomar is in as well. Here comes that cat and mouse game. If you're Page and Armstrong, do you pit? Do you let the other guy come in and pit first? How do you go ahead and play this cycle? Armstrong under a second. There to River Page as Sevens Baker down the bottom. Multiple laps down for that machine. More drivers coming on in. Josh Kenyon. River Page, Joseph Armstrong staying out. New Bigging, loose off corner exit. Focused on saving the machine. Battle for 4, Schmidt versus Shamela. Shamela's got that outside lane rolling, 46 laps in without a caution. Makes you wonder how the rest of this race could go down. And Las Vegas, also known for having a green flag cycle, then a caution coming right after it. River Page coming to pit road. Gives up the race lead. Douglas Newbigin coming in as well, and that's going to be Mosteller making his way onto pit road. So Armstrong, Shamela go for the overcut. Still a battle on track. Frank Horley there in that second position. Oh, wheel to wheel. Schmitty. Does he come to pit road this time? Very much does. Gets down the flat, having to go upwards of 190, down to a pit speed of 45. Shamela doing his thing on the racing surface. And we are here from the admins. There was not enough cautions to go ahead and warn a safety yellow. They started asking around, and they said no tire wear. That's all it's been. We've had a lot of cars in the outside wall, but not enough to go and bring the caution out. Joseph Armstrong on pit road. Oh man, he may have overdriven it, and he is going to lock up the left front. And he should be now okay, but Frank Corley will stay out one lap more, knowing he's going to need that overcut to work long term. Already past halfway in race 1. Chad Thornquist there in third. James Bomar back to 4th. Pit stops being made. The question is, who's going to cycle out the race leader? Here's Schmitty. Here's Newbigin. Here's River Page. And Page can really make this thing work depending on when Joe comes out of pit road. Crowd on their feet. This is going to be the difference between first and second. Watch the Donks in the rear. Armstrong on the flat. Has to beat that purple machine out, working his way down on turn number 2. He's got him right here. Page full saw working his way to turn 3. back nose to tail, Joseph Armstrong, provisional race leader after the pit stops. Armstrong, Page, lined up nose to tail. New Biggin back in fifth. Schmidt back in that 6th position. And there's Mosteller back in 7th. Now Chad Thornquist has to work his way on the pit road. Or should we say does he? Remember, he came out really early. Bomar there in that 2nd spot. Remember, he pit way before that 20 machine, so Joseph Armstrong does have fresher tires. But his best competition will be River Page. No stage racing at our night. Keep that in mind. Which means we could go green the rest of the way, or we could have issues warranting a yellow. Chad Thornquist, your race leader. Now he's the one that's looking for a caution. That's the big thing. He knows if he gets a caution right here, they're all going to come back down on pit road because of how worn out this racetrack is. So the question is, do you wait and wait and wait? I think that's all you can do right now at this moment for a caution, or are you that far out in front where Bomar can make mistakes, Armstrong can make mistakes, same with River Page, and he can back himself into win. Chad Thornquist was nowhere near the fastest driver on track. So keep that in mind. 6 seconds the difference between 1st and 2nd. Lined up with Josh Kenyon. Kenyon on the mono. River Page, Joseph Armstrong. Joe lined in, Page in tow. Looking for something to go his way. Douglas Newbigging. Daniel Mosteller. Lined in, more machines on track. Contreras up to 8th. Shamela to the outside of him. Ooh, thought about finding his way through. Couldn't really get it to stick. Contreras now blinking with an internet issue. Shamela, look to the bottom. No, not so fast. Another one thinking of finding his way through. Sean Rowe, Ethan Eckert. Stellar night for them. They're up to 10th. Max Steinmeier in that 13th position. Remember, still nose damage on that 23. And it's been hurting him all race long. Bomar in 2nd. Armstrong back to 3rd. Joe to the outside. River Page nearly just had the nose slammed off by the 45 machine coming to pit road. Wow. Heck of a save for him. And that could have ended his oh-so-very good day. Going to turn into an oh-so-very bad day very quickly. But River Page will hold on to the positioning. And now we're getting word, ladies and gentlemen, too many incidents on track, a safety yellow. Heading on out, we'll explain it again. Caution waving for the first time tonight. So safety yellow is when there was multiple incidents on track, warranting a yellow. Early on, we had a couple scattered events. We missed it, the admins missed it, and all they heard was the radio going off and on about situations on track. And just like that, the caution will wave for the first time. And apparently something happened there with Andrew Cootie way back to the rear. Now, we did go ahead and miss it. But at the same time, when we do have these cautions that are missed, you do have to go ahead and look out for it. That's why we throw the caution. This is not a stage. There's no stages in NR Night in America. This definitely helps out Chad Thornquist and company. But pit road will be opened right away. So apparently Andrew Cootie, wrecked from 9th, took a couple drivers with them. But it wasn't enough for the admins to say throw the yellow. Remember back in 2015 at Homestead, ladies and gentlemen, when Dale Jr. and drivers lit up the radio about there being oil on track, but Bodine and a couple of these other individuals around the track didn't see the oil? And they were like, you know, we have to throw it. Let's go find the oil. Well, in that case, that's why we have this. Very rarely do we throw safety yellows, but that long green flag run will very much come to a close. So the caution waves for the first time here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Pit road wide open. And it looks like they're going to have some takers coming on through. Chad Thornquist will not win this race off pit road. It'll be Joseph Armstrong. No, it will be James Bomar with what could have been a two-tire situation. Again, that one works. So Bomar will come out fifth in the first caution waves tonight at Las Vegas. Viewers, if you're loving the racing and you want more of it, feel free to subscribe and notifications on. Always a lot of fun to have you guys listen in. And we hope to see you this Tuesday night at 6 Central, 7 Eastern. That is the new Tuesday night start time. 6 Central, 7 Eastern. Great racing early on here at Vegas. Caution out for the first time. Now you're going to have about a 30-lap shootout to really make things work. With this being a safety yellow, though, that means we're going to get the one to go right away. We're not waiting around. So some of these guys that did go ahead, try to get their laps back, well, it's not going to go ahead and work out for them now. Frank Orley on pit road. Some of these other drivers going back around as we get ready to go for the green flag. Lights off, top of the pace car. And we are getting word Gould, should we say, had too many laps given back, which means he will be taken out of this race. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go. Let's go green. So he won't. He is actually on pit road, ladies and gentlemen. He came to pit road. Let's go green. McLaughlin, Bomar, Armstrong, and Page ready to go green. Pace car on pit road. Dial it up, 2x2 back underway from Las Vegas. McLaughlin on the bottom, first time leading tonight. Bomar on the outside line to a Page. Trying to sneak their way through. River Page to the middle. 3 wide, maybe 4, looking in the rear. McLaughlin on the bottom, Bomar on the outside. Joe up and into River Page. Page can clear on the outside. Has to get to that quarter panel. We've talked about how good he is at side drafting. To the outside, there a Bomar. River Page. Done fighting off turn number 2. Nearly brushes the outside wall. He's got him. He's got it locked in right here. River Page, top of the board once again for Vegas. Now what does James Bomar do on that outside? Malto Machines up into the outside wall. Bomar swipes the bow of the 10. Locks into the Ford. Matt knows the tail to turn 1. Armstrong in the 4th position. Thornquist high in the inside lane. Remember, he benefited with that caution, that huge undercut. Page top of the board. Bomar looking for a way through. Does he peek bottom? Does he peek top? Contreras up and into the outside wall. Bomar in 2nd. Still trying to fight for a way through. Got Joe sitting there in 3rd. And if these drivers go wheel to wheel, it's going to open up the floodgates for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Working lap 64 now at a 90 on the flat. Mosteller trying to make something work. Finds his way around Thornquist. Easy in, easy out. River Page, how long can you hold him in the lead? Remember, we talked about him being the best driver at defending. Does it work out on this Friday night? Bomar eyeing the outside quarter panel. Ducks it to the inside. Ethan Eckert to the inside of McLaughlin. Mose on the outside. 3 wide now downstairs. Going for the 2-for-1. He's got it easily right here if you just slide up and take the fours line away. Ethan Eckert back to 5th, and your fan favorite has now gone back in the 4th position. Here comes Bomar. James Bomar on the inside. River Page fighting wide off corner exit. And what do now if you're Joseph Armstrong? 25 laps to go. Page dials it in. Oh, he's going to get loose. He washes up the track. Armstrong to the middle. 3 wide for the lead at Las Vegas. Joseph Armstrong, now the new race leader to turn 3. .24 to go. Page wants him back on that outside. 3, 4, 5 drivers under a blanket. 3 wide for second. Mose up the gut. Gets 1. Gets 2. Now is loose off corner exit. Seems to try to hold on. Now 3 wide for third. Eckert trading paint with the 87. James Bomar also wants to find victory lane, but is stuck in a clog jam right behind the leaders. Now what do you do if you're Page? Page to the inside, wants it badly. Joseph Armstrong has the nearly perfect all night long and would like to not lose this race from Vegas. What's the gamble you take if you're the 24? 23 laps remaining. Armstrong down to the white line. Dials it off corner exit. Page to the rear. Daylight top, looks for it, not gonna work. Down to the inside. Armstrong shuts the door on the 24. Now the 24 is tied off corner exit. Got Bomar upstairs. He's trying to make it work as well. Now wheel to wheel, that's for the second position. James Bomar has a nothing but bright tonight on the outside lane. That's been his golden goose. Looks second, hits the wall, still holds on for that fight. Back to the start-finish line. Page in second. To the rear end of the Toyota. Back to the outside lane. Armstrong wants to block top. Can't get it done. River Page wheel to wheel for the lead. Now you got about maybe 8 machines under a second. River Page top of the board. 20 laps to go for the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and it's nothing but the electricity up front. Bomar top side, Armstrong downstairs. That's the battle for second. Now can anyone catch this 24 machine? Joe loose off corner exit. Bomar shuts one to the wall. Ethan Eckert turned off the nose of the 87. What a save for the young driver. Unreal. Sean Rowe dropping, fading fast outside that top 10. Off the nose of the 87, we stay green, and then there was 4 up front under half a second, fighting for the win. Mose in the 5th place position. Now he's got to worry about just pure raw speed to get back up to those 4 machines. Chad Thornquist, the gamble in Vegas that paid off, has now put him back in race winning contention. 3 Toyotas, 1 Ford, 18 laps to go from Nevada. And Ethan Eckert, a driver that gets a lot of negativity for how he's raced in the past, but right there and then, you can give him a lot of respect because he had hand over fist trying to save that machine and also saved it from a caution. Most on the outside, New Bigging on the bottom, swipes the bow, locks that in, but they're nearly a second and change back to your race leader. See William Schmidt knowing it's go time. The closer around the outside, trying to get it to work. Up to New Bigging, New Bigging to the inside of Mosteller. 17 to go. 16 to go this time by. Most blocks them all, 4 wide, back to the stripe. Demos downstairs, Horley in the middle, washing white in the 22. That's the battle in the back. This is what's going on up front. 4 drivers in a chess match. Third Armstrong, Page, and Bomar. Most and company, how they settled back there? I don't think so. Still doing it out. Schmitty on the outside lane. Nearly scrubs the wall. He's got that 22 machine, has Horley right in tow. Las Vegas, never disappointing as per usual. 15 left in the tank, back wheel to wheel. Most on the bottom. Third up in front of him, that's the driver in third. That's going to be William Schmidt on that outside lane, now finding his way into the 5th position. A lot of 4 wide action, back to the rear. Horley on the quarter panel, trying to sneak his way through. Just couldn't get it done on that end of the speedway. Armstrong, 19 back, 20 for contact, turn 3. Horley around right in the middle of the field. Caution will wave for the second time. Ethan Eckert, Gio Turpin involved late, up and into the outside wall. And that will bring them all back together. That's why we kept watching back there. We knew something was going to go wrong. And this 90-lap endurance race will have another restart. Turpin led a good amount of laps in this race. Joseph Armstrong, James Bomar, Chad Thornquist will all have another shot. Pit road, it's open this time by. And it's going to be important. We've seen drivers pit late and they'll have this 2-tire stop. Sometimes they'll take no tires, sometimes it's 4. And sometimes they'll go to victory lane doing some bold strategy, and it always happens at Las Vegas where someone takes the gamble, and it does fit the theme very well. With 12 laps to go, how do you want to do it? If a driver takes just right sides and out, it's a 2-tire stop. If you see the left sides going up, it's going to be 4. 4-tire stop for Mosteller in the back. No one looking to take just a 2-tire gamble besides maybe Douglas New Bigging, who will come out now the race leader and will lead us back to the line when we get restarted. Ethan Eckert. There he is, a lot of damage, but a great outing for him. Let's go see what happened on track. So 3 wide, Sean Rowe in the middle, Contreras on the outside. And it started with Horley and Demos. Let's back it up once again. Watch them 3 wide. I think Demos comes up just a little. Maybe Horley was already eyeing to arc the corner. But at the same time, both those drivers just came together. There was really nowhere else to go for Ethan Eckert. Just bam, the left front nailed with that 22 machine. Just clobbers the outside, save for barrier. Everyone else trying to find a way back around. And Gio Turpin just had nowhere to go. Turpin still on pit road. And here's your field coming back around. So we're going to get the 1 to go this time by. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-lap dash from Las Vegas. Let's see how this rolls. The one to go. The chance from the chat. The question now goes to you down there. Who is going to win this race? From the Lawrence Virtual Crown to the viewers watching actually in the sim with their VR headsets. Scattered around this track, some down the back stretch, some in the main grandstand, some are watching on pit road. Man, how technology gives you this big opportunity to broadcast sim racing and even to watch it like it's the real thing. 10 laps to go for the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Chevrolet Douglas Newbigging on the inside lane. Outside, River Page has had a bold night and amazing restarts. How does the rest of this race roll? Pace car back to the bottom. Newbigging leads them down. 10 to go from Las Vegas. Page to the rear end of the Chevrolet. Fighting on the bottom. Jumps to the outside of the 71. He's eyeing that target of that right rear quarter panel. He knows if he just gets to it, it's going to take all that air off. We've been talking about it all night. Newbigging up the track. Locks it in. River Page to the wall. There goes Joseph Armstrong. The big one at Las Vegas. Josh Kenyon involved. Cash Culp, the 23 of Max Steinmeier. McLaughlin, who had the lead at some point tonight, all jumped up. And just like how it was a couple weeks ago at this track, Armstrong involved in an incident late, which will ultimately hurt his chances at winning. We had a long green flag run race, very clean. But hey, it's just Friday night NR. Things are going to strike at some point. Looking for the damage on the 20. We talked about him getting into the outside wall. I really don't see a lot, but this is going to really tell a tale. Let's go ahead and look back. Coming down off turn number 4. He just got in the back end of Bomar. I think Bomar was actually the first one to hit the wall. No, it was River Page. You can see from this angle. Gets up in the wall. Bomar has to check up. And Joseph Armstrong went for that slide. And everyone else just went for the reaction. Look at McLaughlin just get squeezed up into the outside wall. Mosteller going down into the grass. And this just wads up maybe 6, 7, 8 machines at best. And just like that, this very clean race has had sparks and flames fly late and will take out a good amount of contenders. 42 drivers registered for this session. Only 40 took the green flag. And we're down to maybe the final 13, 14, 15 that have race-winning pace to get it done. If you're Newbigging, you're proud about your bold strategy because he would have been right in the heart of that wreck. If you're River Page, you need to find a way around this 71, and you have to do it quick. Armstrong on pit road, back in that 13th spot. Rowe, Turpin, Steinmeier, and so many others back there on pit road. And now instead of a 10-lap dash, you may have as much as a 5 for this restart. Well, I'd like to point this out. If you do love this race, you love the commentary, you love just the entire complexity of NR Night in America, feel free to subscribe and notifications on. Ladies and gentlemen, I do also broadcast races in person live on Racing America at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Also went out there to the Salem Speedway a couple times this year, including Winchester. So yes, I am a sports broadcaster, but I do love what we do here on the sim. It's been a fun night thus far, and we have Atlanta Motor Speedway after this for race number 2, then race 3 to end the short track shootout, which is going to be a lot of fun. That will be race number 3. And how about the Homestead Road Course? You ever wanted to see what that looks like? That's race 4. And the best part about it, ladies and gentlemen, let's put it out there. 300 likes, we will get race number 5, and you, the viewers, get to vote on it. Think about it. Only 300 plus of you watching right now, so we're going to get the one to go. Time to go back green from Las Vegas. Lights off. New Bigging, Page, Bomar and Schmidt. Fast four. Time to go green. Douglas New Bigging on the bottom. River Page on the outside lane. Got to keep an eye on him. This has been a great race. What's great about watching NR9, you watch the first couple laps, you can tell who has the best shot at winning this race just off of pure and raw speed and talent. River Page has proved just that. Douglas New Bigging, last win, Bristol. What feels like a century ago. Pace car downstairs one more time. Line them back up. 2 by 2. Just 5 laps to go from Las Vegas. Page on that second lane. Bomar on the bottom. We're on the rear end here at New Bigging. What lane works best for you? Bomar downstairs, getting squeezed by the 24. Douglas New Bigging trying to run away with it. 4 laps to go from Vegas. Here comes the closer, William Schmidt in 4th. He's got to find his way through quick. Time is ticking. Bomar on the bottom, stalls out, River Page on the outside, 3 wide, the battle for second. Schmidt into second now, locks it in. Gotta go get him. 3 car lengths the difference, 3 laps to go, 1 outside wall lane Sanders. Can't worry about it, you've gotta go for the win. Crowd on their feet. Page downstairs. Schmidt around the outside lane is going to get that roller coaster launch off corner exit. And Doug's trying to break that draft to the inside. Push comes to shove from the rear. 3 drivers soon to be under a blanket. 2 to go from Vegas. Remember, Doug took that gamble. Bomar into the outside wall, blocked by Page. Here comes Thornquist on the inside lane, trying to make up time. Can Schmidt get the drive off? New Bigging breaking the draft. Top side, inside, ducks it downstairs. They're gonna do it. They're gonna make it back. Salamanca, 1 to go from Las Vegas. Final time to 1 and 2. Schmidt's closed the gap. Down on that inside lane, New Bigging. The drive on turn 2. Wasn't the fastest driver all night. Made a big gamble late there on a late race pit stop. And guess what? The gamble's gonna pay off in Las Vegas as Douglas New Bigging is gonna find victory lane. Victorious in race number 1. Bomar, Page wrecking to the high banks of turns 1 and 2. And Doug is back in victory lane for the first time in a long time. Wow. Getting it done. He's going to burn it down here on the front straight. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not done racing. We got a lot left, so feel free to stick around with us. Chevrolet goes to victory lane at our night in America, fueling victories all year long. If you enjoyed that race, feel free to subscribe. Notifications on, ladies and gentlemen. Just race 1 of 4. Guaranteed here tonight. Douglas Newbigging. And the Roasted Gems Coffee Chevrolet finding victory lane. Let's go talk to your race winner. Pulling the Discord out now. If you want to join the Discord and stay up to date on everything NR Night in America, feel free to go ahead and join that. The link is down in the description below. And William Schmidt comes up second, but nearly had it done. At first was around 14th, 15th, all race long. Had a great dial back and almost found victory lane. What a race that was. Las Vegas right after this, but let's go talk to the dog. Newbigging, it's the John, you got a copy.
Hello, John.
Heck of a gamble. Walk me through that last half of the race.
Well, I mean, I knew I had the fastest car a really long run there. River Page was kind of the only other person I had to really worry about. Just kind of got behind on track position during the start there through the pit cycles. But besides that, it's like I kind of know that 2 tires kind of work with these cars nicely, just because like the way these the left sides wear. So I knew I'd still be fast with 2 tires on. I mean, I still set my fastest laps were set during the last 3 laps straight. I mean,
really,
they're flying there. Yeah, I mean
we've realized that in NR, at least in iRacing in general, 2 tires seems to always work. David Bell dropping the 50. Thank you so much. Ooh. We're going to go ahead and answer all the super chats in just a moment.
I like that, yeah.
I do like that. That was great. Very grateful for David. But I did see the gifted memberships earlier. I was waiting to the end of the race to say thank you. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in so far. But, Doug, man, that was a bold race out there. One of the cleanest races we've had at NR Night for a while. Long green flag run. Had that safety yellow come out. Apparently, the radio was blowing up about incidents way in the back.
It was pretty funny listening to the radio, honestly. I mean, there was a lot of complaining, you know, typical.
But at the same time, I got messages from drivers. They're like, don't you dare. Those drivers that made the mistakes deserved it. They were not going to win anyways. And that's what's great about drivers. You guys have a lot of personality, which I really do love. Sometimes you guys can get carried away. But at the same time, there's this bickering back and forth. And we threw that safety deal. When that came out, what was your mindset? Like, okay, it happened. How do we find victory lane now? Because there was a long green flag run. You guys really spread on out.
Yeah, I kind of needed a caution to stay in my race because I was about 2.5 behind River and Armstrong there. But I kind of knew a caution was going to come out just because that's kind of how this is. You know, I mean, we get the stage 4 yellow, green, white checkered always. So kind of knew it was going to happen, and, you know, it's kind of went from there. And
we almost did. I want to point that out. Ethan Eckert had a great save. I will point that out for him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think I pretty could have got it a couple other ways. But it was just, I just kept falling back in track position. That was the biggest issue, especially pit road there. On the first stop, I messed my pit box by a little bit, overdrove it, and fell back 10 spots. Should have been up front, and so, I mean, I kind of knew going in to pit road on the last stop to take 2 tires, and it worked out. So, yeah.
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun to see if you can go back to victory lane later tonight. It's been a while since you've seen you in victory lane in NR, but you made it work. These guys were trying to give it your all. Talk to me about River Page. Heard some also rumblings that he was possibly getting overly aggressive with the blocking, but he did a great job staying out front.
Oh, I don't think that. I thought he was doing great. I mean, this is the issue, is that I'm used to, like, in my mindset, I have, like, when I first started racing this, right, I have my mindset, like, okay, this is where this person's going to run on average, this is where this person's going to run. For some reason, my mind still registers River Page as, like, a midfield driver, but he's clearly not.
Well,
I mean, every race he's always
year.
up front. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm used to, like, last year's statistics, and, like, this year, it's just all out the door, you know what I mean? So I'm used to, like, River Page, like, okay, he's going to, you know, fall off or everybody. He was clear. I mean, he was his best car out there, really, in the long run. I mean, I got to give it to him. It was a really clean race. He probably would have won the race if it went green there. I know he had a pretty bad kind of pit stop there, but besides that, I mean, he was flying, man. Yeah, he was fast.
And talk to me about that. You've been around during different eras of NR Night, 2021, 2022, 2023 now, and we've had drivers that were just golden in 21 that fell off in 22 and 23, and then all of a sudden drivers that were not so good the first 2 years that have gotten that speed. How do you adjust to that as a driver? Do you give them more respect, or do you just, you know, learn it on the fly as things continue to innovate and change?
I mean, definitely do just adapt to it, you know what I mean? You always kind of know who the weapons are still. I feel like most of the weapons out there kind of don't change. Some of them do. I'll give them that. Some of them do definitely. But besides that, I mean, it's like you always don't. I mean, I think I always treat, like, I always find myself, like, always nice, because everyone in my team chat, they're yelling at me, oh, you just gotta wreck him, you know what I mean? You gotta, you know, yo, he blocked you, just kill him. I'm sitting there like, you know, like, hang on. I don't really like to get in any controversy. I like to race everyone clean, so hopefully I get raced cleaned back. And I mean, it works most of the time. 90% of the time, I let people by that, you know, people in my call, they hate each other, they'll wreck each other every time they see them, and I'll just drive right by them, and they give me room, you know what I mean? They let me by, I'll let them by, you know, nice and happy. But yeah, it's just, you know, I always like giving respect to people, because I know at one point, you know, I think we were all in that position where we all kind of sucked or made a bunch of mistakes, and, you know, I mean, now look, everyone's rising up through the batter, you know, coming up to the top.
Yeah, well, New Bigging, it was nice to see you go to Victory Lane. I would not be surprised if you go to Victory Lane again here tonight. So
maybe, I don't know.
We'll definitely see.
Right in Atlanta. Yeah, I know what my luck is.
Session is up, by the way. I want to point that out, and I know a lot of people are joining Atlanta, so just wanted to give you that update.
All right.
Well, we're going to go ahead and let you go from now, but congratulations on the win, and we'll see you back on track.
Yeah, thank you. I will see you around.
Ladies and gentlemen, race 1 comes to a close. We're going to go ahead and bring it back to me for just this one moment. And we'll be ready to go ahead and try this all again. So glad to have you all with us. And our night in America, fueling victories all year long. We're going to get to all the super chats in just a moment as the session is up and we're getting ready to roll into the next race. And I already saw that David Bell donation. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate that. That is unreal. That is amazing. Super grateful for it. I mean, $50 super chat, that's beyond generous. And also the gifted memberships, that is unbelievable. So thank you so much, David, for that. I really do greatly appreciate it. David Bell. The ones that don't know, that is the father of Christopher Bell, a big supporter of NR Night in America and also other areas of the YouTube community of NASCAR. I believe he supports the podcast, the NWP, and other NASCAR YouTubers. So we're very grateful for David Bell, and hopefully Christopher Bell does great the rest of this season. Thank you so much again for the 5 gifted memberships. For David, I saw a bunch of you guys get excited. That's why I say, hey, you just never know. If you're just watching this stream, you can go ahead and get gifted a membership. We've seen it before where people said, I wasn't chatting the entire time. I was just watching and I got the membership. So very generous, very thankful for David Bell. Marcus Vanderlee dropped in the 5 saying, make sure to cheer for me. I'm in the in-and-out car in row 7. Well, he was in row 7. You did see him on track. Marcus Vanderlee did get a good amount of screen time there tonight. And Zach Tondriff dropping down the VIP pass for 21 months saying, Ayo, I see some PBR cards up front. You very much did. James Bomar is showing some serious speed in NR Night in America, and I'm liking it. I think he has a strong opportunity to win more in the future, and not just on a super speedway or an intermediate. I think really just anywhere. So James Bomar, someone to really keep an eye out for as we continue on. Well, we roll into race number 2. We have already almost filled out that session, and 60 drivers and viewers, should we say, are allowed to go ahead and join on in so we can go ahead and take the green flag. What did you guys think of race number 1? I very much enjoyed it. And yes, if we do get 300 likes, we will get a race 5. You, the viewers, get to vote on that. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Also, the short track shootout will be race number 3. For the ones that are wondering, you have to be in the NR Night in America League to race that tournament race. It is the championship finale for the grassroots short track series that we are consistently doing. It is with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. It's like our own SRX. We have the Truck Series mixed with the grassroots tracks. It's always a lot of fun. So if you guys haven't already, go ahead and request to join that. We're going to go ahead and line ourselves in and get ready to go ahead and go racing in just a matter of moments. 6 minutes left in practice, but we have maxed out the lobby. So you know what that means. We are going right away. Cars on track, putting trading paints on. Old Atlanta, not so fast. It is new Atlanta. But as its super speedway form, it is very different. A lot of viewers also like how we're making NR Night look very fall-like, you know, with the time of day and how the lighting looks in the sim. I personally enjoy it. I think it looks amazing. Session is up. Cars rolling around, waiting for training paints to load on in. Once they do, we're going to take you trackside for just a matter of moments as we get ready to take the green flag. You guys are awesome. Thank you to all 2,000 that have tuned in so far to Enter Night. And we will be ready to go green. Let's advance the session now. Qualifying underway for race number 2. And if you're here looking for Las Vegas, that was race number 1. Dylan Drake went fastest in qualifying before we went ahead and changed screens. The Las Vegas, fantastic race. I hope every race is like that with Enter Night in America. It's amazing how well those drivers did. On track now. Lines up for qualifying. Pena, Sanders. Last time we went Xfinity Series Racing Daytona for the Super Speedway Shootout, and boy did it not disappoint. On track, James Thurston. Another driver in tow. To go ahead and win the short track shootout. Has to win at 5 flags to get it. He is 15 points back to your championship leader. Thurston on track now. Climbing the banking, down the backstretch. How about more machines we take a look at? Frank Horley. Now we are Xfinity Series Racing for race number 2. If anyone does come to chat, ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead and let them know. They're looking for Las Vegas. That's race 1. They can watch back on it whenever they want. Quill, Thurston, Kenyon, and Walker. Horley on the bottom. Line back to the inside. Contreras, Turpin. How about Rose? Aiden Walker, top of the board. He's raced at Atlanta before. They're on that quarter mile for the Legends. Also races there at Nashville. James Thurston, no surprise here. He goes top of the board. He's one of those drivers that know how to get it done just week in and week out. One of the fastest drivers, the most winningest driver in Enter Night. Some consider him the greatest driver in Enter Night, at least in the modern era. When you think of the greats of Enter Night that have made a big impact on this community, you think James Thurston. You think Braden Lovick. You also think TCB, the Champagnes. Well, Thurston definitely has his throne, as this was very much his time to shine in these fall months. Tristan Truel. Gio Turpin. Lined in, Davis Lewis. Lined up, ready to go green. Joseph Goff in the Ford. Goff to the inside. Top of the board, he holds on to it. The question is now, who's getting bumped? Drutliff, Pena on the outside looking in. Just 40 drivers taking the green flag. Sean Connor. Connor on the outside looking in. 47th, Abraham Vila. On the outside looking in. 53rd. Might really jump up the pole here. Needs to get up inside that top 40. And Vila does not change as of now. He is on the bump of possibly going away for race 2. Rolling around to the inside of 3 and 4. Vila in as of now, barely. He sits 40th. Marcus Vanderlee bumped out. Now who else is still rolling to possibly bump out that driver? Vila, multiple wins in NR night. In, and I mean barely in. New Bigging in. He's there in 30th. Vila down the flat. You can do that in NR night. He sits 40th, and he's the last one in. David Bell again for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. May the smartest, fastest driver win. Show YouTube how good you drivers are and can be. I think they definitely showed that at Las Vegas. Hopefully they do show that here at Atlanta. David Bell again with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. That helps out so much with buying sessions and, you know, getting things ready. I really do greatly appreciate it, David. Thank you so much. Once again, father of Christopher Bell. David's been supporting NR9 for a long time, including the efforts I've had with doing in-person broadcasting. Really do appreciate everything he has done for this channel. David Bell, two $50 super chats. Man, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, honestly. Let's get ready to go green. James Thurston ready to line on up. And we'll be ready to go back to the 2x2 action. 70 laps, race number 2, Xfinity Series Racing from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. Also a sports broadcaster here in the Nashville area. Broadcasting live on Racing America at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. 70 laps of action here tonight as we get ready to go green. Josh Lilly, they're in that 46 machine. I can't just look away from that. I continue to look at it. I'm just very grateful for that. David, thank you so much. Seriously, it does mean a lot. That helps out with a lot of stuff. Helps with travel to races that I call. It helps out with buying sessions. So the $100 will go to good use. Thank you so much, David. Steinmeier in 6th. Walker in 5th. Most in 4th. Thurston, Goff lined up. That will be the front row. Ladies and gentlemen, the one to go will be next time by. Let's get ready to go green. So James Thurston there in that Ford, having it be a Ford front row. Lines it up 2x2. Atlanta Motor Speedway. This surface has worn out pretty quickly. And I'll tell you what, these drivers are ready to go wheel to wheel, toe to toe, just one more time. 70 laps of action. Expect them to get strung out just a little and have handling be an issue. From what we've seen in the past, it will happen. And race 3, ladies and gentlemen, you won't want to miss it. The Five Flags Speedway brings on the trucks as the short track shootout works its way back to Pensacola for the season finale. A tournament ready to go ahead and come to a close. Most in 3rd, Josh Lilly will actually be starting that 3rd position. Marceller will be in 4th. Lined up, ready to go green. This time by, let's see it, it's the one to go. Man, does the lighting look great in the sim. 2x2, ready to go green. Lights off, top of the pace car, the one to go. Sold out virtual crowd. Also, viewers watching back at home, also watching in the sim. They are scattered around the racetrack. There's almost consistently 20 a night that sit next to their friends in their sections, or sometimes on pit road, sometimes on the backstretch. They'll send me photos. They'll post it on Twitter. And they're getting ready to watch a great race. Let's get ready to go green. Thurston on the outside, Goff on the bottom. Two by two, crowd on their feet just one more time. Welcome to Atlanta. Welcome to race 2. And William Schmidt has been bumped from qualifying. One of the 20 drivers that weren't able to go in and take the green flag. 60 entered, 40 raced, and only one will get it done. Let's see who that is as this Ford front row brings us off the high banks and into the restart zone as we get ready to grab a gear just one more time as we light the fuse from Atlanta, Georgia. Thurston on the outside lane, Mosteller in tow. Not wasting time, right to the rear, trying to shove the Ford on the outside lane and holding on to the lead. Yeah, you're not going to see a lot of 3 wide here in the Xfinity cars, at least early on, mainly because of the tire situation. It's hard to handle this car. You're going to see Josh Silly on the bottom, losing that rear end. Goff leads lap number 1. Thurston, top side, lined in with Mose. Got Max Steinmeier there in that 45 machine. Can Jumpman find victory lane? 2 by 2, scattering to the rear. Marty Shamela, he's got 5 machines up in front, and now he wants to choose a lane. Is it top? Is it bottom? Do I go ahead and figure something else on my own? Do I go to the apron? And that's exactly what he does. 3 wide to the bottom. Real Barbagallo, Frank Horley up to 12. 1, 2, 3 machines spinning on the apron. Caution waving early on. That collects a lot more than 1, 2, or 3. James Bomar, just talked about him doing well. Douglas Newbigging, your Las Vegas winner. Involved in the incident. And it'll put us under the yellow for the first time, working lap 4 out of 70. Wow. Doesn't that make things interesting? Shamela, Lilly, all lined in. To go ahead and try this again. We've had super speedway races where we wouldn't have really any issues early on. But tonight, it does strike early from Atlanta. Working lap 4 out of 70. Let's watch it again. This happened towards the rear end of the field. Yeah, it's going to be 2 machines. That's that 0-0 on that outside lane. We're going to wait to get a read on him. Not Jacob Quill. We believe that is Lebsack. Yes, it was. Lost it off the outside lane. This super speedway aero package for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. So tough to hold on to. I believe that was Will Shack that just got nailed on the outside lane. And it was an entire nose just ripped off that 99 machine. And it's such a tough break because if you're a driver, you've hung around with us all race long, right? You went through Las Vegas. You probably didn't get the greatest outing. Then you got to qualify your way into the main event. And once you go ahead and finally do qualify in, you have to worry about the wrecks. And then all of a sudden you get wrecked out right away. It's just like a big punch in the gut. It's equivalent to you looking forward to a family vacation for the last 4, 5, 6 months. And you have the whole car packed up. You guys are ready to go for that 8-hour drive. And the next thing you know, while pulling out of the driveway, you have a tire flat on the left front. The next thing you know, you can't go. So for a lot of those drivers, it's just like that. Now they have to look forward to 5 Flag Speedway and get ready to even qualify for that race. So if I'm not mistaken, only 32 drivers will be taking the green flag for race number 3. 148 likes on this stream. we hit 300, we will get race number 5. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to NR Night in America, there is a new start time for the Tuesday night. That is 7 Eastern, 6 Central. Want to point that out. So when we go streaming this Tuesday night, we're going live at 7 Eastern, 6 Central. That extra hour gives the viewers on the East Coast enough time to watch multiple races, drivers, enough time to watch multiple races. We know how fall is. You got to go to bed early. Got a lot of things to do in the morning. So, at our night for the weekdays, we're accommodating for that. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we are sticking to our 8 Eastern, 7 Central plan. Lights off, top of the pace car, as all these machines line up back 2 by 2, and we'll be ready for the green flag. The one to go. Mostello, your race leader on the bottom. James Thurston got caught up in the pits and will drop outside this top 20. Let's get ready to go green. Luli, Steinmeier, 2 by 2. Ready to go in and take the green flag just one more time. Luli in the 46, Steinmeier in the 45, Jumpman looking for victory lane. Pace car downstairs, grab a gear just one more time. Chevy on forward, leads us back down as we're gonna line them back up from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Sanders in 10th. Got his first win in NR Night in America at Daytona just a couple streams ago. Got Goff on that outside lane, help from Lily. 2 by 2, climbing the banking, Mose out to the stretch. Steinmeier on the bottom. Goff on the outside, Mose will lead this lap. Lap 8 out of 70. Kenny Real on the bottom. Gotta keep out for him too. We all know Kenny's a strong driver. Almost won the NWP 400 back in August. Now lined in, trying to go ahead and catch lightning in a bottle. Ada Walker. All over the back end of that Applebee's 93. Goff on the outside lane, still locked in, and it's the train race coming down on turn number 2. Opening opportunity, not gonna find it. How about Frank Horley? Horley in that 10th position, down on the inside lane. He's just doing such a strong job. Staying in line, being smart. No need to go ahead and make that outside lane try to work, but one thing you've realized here with these Xfinity Series machines, that second lane continues to be unstable compared to the inside lane, and they're a lot quicker too, so keep that in mind. You want to go a lot faster and probably try to go ahead and make up some ground, go up to lane 2. But man, you're going to have that thing loose, and I mean really loose with that rear end. Goff to the line, led that lap. 16 laps to go. Lily on the outside lane. Lined in, nose to tail. Ford, Chevrolet, Walker. On the bottom, lined in. How about the 48 behind? Davis Lewis. Lewis is another person you want to really watch out for. Strong driver, bold driver at that. Last win for him came at Daytona. Goff on the outside lane, still no changes. 2 by 2 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Davis Lewis, just talked about him a couple seconds ago. Lined in now in that 8th position. Lewis likes being there at the end, but he's not going to make a lot of big moves early on. The idea that he has, simple. Be up front, be relevant, and then once the clock starts ticking, then you make that mad dash for victory lane. Goff top side, Mosteller on the bottom, while Max Steinmeier lined in with that 2x2. It's been a while since we've seen Steinmeier go to victory lane. Last win for him, Talladega. And he got it done in style. Would like to get a win here in Atlanta for PBR. Lana shuffling back to the rear. Carlos Truther in the 14th position. We just saw Joseph Armstrong go to pit road. Truther slicing and dicing his way through this pack. He started all the way back in the rear and has now gotten it really lined up here, not just with Gio Turpin, but Barbagallo as well. And we know Barb doesn't have the greatest reputation in NR night, but if he can get up front, he's gonna go for the win. So you might as well keep him as a great ally just in case things really start to change. Josh Lilly had to save it off that outside lane. Drops back to that 4th position. Everyone chases Joseph Goff to the line, lap 15 out of 70. Mose on the bottom. 3 wide was looking through the middle. And here's an update for you Atlanta fans. Atlanta Motor Speedway will be on the next Super Speedway Shootout. It will be on the schedule. Keep that in mind. Mose on the bottom. Goff on the outside. 3 wide chasing it. Marty Shamela. He went all the way back down that flat. He continues to do that. I remember when we first got this new rendition of Atlanta Motor Speedway, a couple drivers kept doing that, and then all of a sudden it started causing wrecks, so we had to go ahead and remind everyone, if you cause an issue below that yellow line, well, should we say red line with Atlanta, guess what's going to happen? You're going to go ahead and get disqualified for the race. You can pass below there per NR9 America rules, but you just can't go ahead and wreck anyone down there. So keep that in mind. You're taking a big gamble going down on that flag. Walker, Lewis on the bottom. Trying to make something work. Josh Lilly on the outside, maybe thinking about it. There's James Thurston. Talked about him getting caught up in the pits, now in that 17th position. Lined up there with Barbagallo on the outside lane, working lap 17 out of 70. Lewis in line, Shamela to the inside. Had to breathe out of the throttle, just saw the back pipe on the right side of that machine. Contreras in 7th. Really wants a big opportunity. Lilly, Lyles, Davis Lewis. Lap 18, 19 out of 70. Everyone chases the Daniel Mosteller machine. This is NR9 in America. Welcome to race number 2. Walker, Goff, lined in. Man, that second groove really hasn't worked out strong at all. And they let some, trouble way in the rear. Ethan Eckert. Let's rephrase that. Other machines involved. That might have been Miles Davis. Gio Turpin. Going around down the flat. Caution waving for the second time. And he has that damage to the rear. Gio Turpin once again led laps there at Las Vegas. But his night might be over with the damage to that right side. Josh Lilly, other machines. On pit road. Let's go ahead and see what happened. So they're running about, I wouldn't even say mid-pack, that was more towards the front of this field. Thurston on the outside, first driver to really attempt that 3-wide move. Oh, and it costed him big time. Took that 9 right around. And the hood just flies off one of those machines. And that's the 8 there at Connor Zola. What's right on with him? Now, these are the drivers kind of just going around wanting to avoid an issue. You can see it right here. James Thurston is on that outside. I think The 9 was giving him a lot of room. Maybe not. You saw him really hitting that wall. I'm surprised right away he didn't back off, though, that being Connor Zola. He ran right in the back of the driver in front of him. So that sparks the caution for the second time here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Pit road, it's wide open. Goff and company in. Getting ready to do service on their machines. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 300 likes, we will get race number 5. And you, the viewers, get to vote on where we go with that. Goff, Thurston, all down on pit road. Aiden Walker, did he win the race off pit road, or was it Mose? They're calling Moss Stellar, getting it done. So Demos will lead us back to the green flag. He's led most of the laps so far tonight. Walker, Lewis, Contreras, Shamela, Goss, Steinmeier, Horley, Corey Lyles back there in 9, Kenny Reel. All getting ready to try it again. A lot of action going on here this NR night in America. Once again, so glad to have all you great viewers with us on this beautiful night. Chevy on Chevy, that will be row number 1. Chevy Toyota back to row number 2. Chevy Ford, and then Chevy Ford again will be row number 3. That's James Beaumont going around the outside of your race leaders as we get ready to let it ride one more time. Let's roll. Walker eyeing a lineup to the inside. Lewis, Contreras, Shamela, and Goff. Two by two, ready for the green flag. One more time from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Stellar, Walker, Contreras, Lewis, Goff, Shamela, Horley, Steinmeier. Lined up, ready to try it again. Pace car, hard left onto pit road, this time by. Down and in now, as the 87 on the outside lane looks to lead us to the green flag. Who's gonna get it done in Atlanta? Let's find out. Mose, well out in front of the lead. Trouble spinning way in the back. Douglas Newbingen, a couple more machines, Ethan Eckert. And the caution will be forced to fly again. Kenny Reel's involved. Now that didn't take any time at all. Let's look at it. Three wide, Barb in the middle. That was not going to work out at all. Yeah, the second I saw that three wide, I knew it was not going to work at all. And Barbagallo will not be allowed to finish the rest of this race. Let's look at the other machines that were still involved. 26, Sean Rowe. The 01, Elaine Sanders. Yeah, that's just carelessness out of him. I mean, plain as day. I think Douglas Newbingen's going to wreck him right here. New Bigging, one of the drivers that had a big opportunity. And then he finally got one. Carlos Truther took care of Barbagallo out of that situation. And this is a start. I mean, 3 wide right through the middle on the start. You're asking for something to go wrong. With this much racing left, there's just no point in making that happen. Just took out a lot of these guys. So Barbagallo puts him around, and the caution is out for the second time. Pit road, it's wide open. Walker Company still pacing around. So glad to have you all with us once again on this beautiful night. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long as we get ready to try it again. Mos, Lewis, Contreras, Shamela. As we want to go ahead and say hello to everyone down the chat below. Say hello to Lane Sanders, Starman. Hello, Frank. And we will get ready for a restart after an extensive cleanup. Barbagallo, Sean Rowe, Truel, New Bigging. There's Carlos Truther back down on pit road now. Lambert, Sanders, Lebsack, Nolan Drake, James Bomar. So many good machines involved in that incident. So now we get ready to try this again. Let's see how this works out. Walker on the outside, Mostel on the bottom. That's all Chevrolets. Lined up, back 2x2. Lights off, which means we're going right away. They're going to be down on pit road for a while. Took out easily half the field with that one move. Less than halfway in this race. Race number 3 at the 5 Flag Speedway for the short track shootout finale. Gonna be a lot of fun to see how that all works back out. Beaumont rolling his way through. We get ready to see the green flag. Douglas Subing once again. One race, one out. Race number 2. 2x2, ready to get back under green flag conditions. Mos on the bottom. Walker on the outside. Pace car down below. Toyota, Chevy back to that second grouping. Ford, Chevrolet underway once again from Atlanta. Walker out in front. Mos didn't get the start he wanted. Right to the rear of the 93. The Horley back in that 6th place position. To the middle, maybe to the outside. Still 2x2. With that big wreck, we might be able to see a long green flag run. Something to watch out for as this race continues. Walker leads inside lane, starting to get a train. Contreras to the outside, Mostel on the bottom, one spinning in the rear. Jacob Quill doesn't hit anyone, we stay green. Riding on with Horley on the outside lane. Oh man, Contreras struggling to hold on to that car. Back in that second row, trying to make something work. Lilly, Goff, Thornquist. Chad's the man to the inside. .40 laps to go this time by. And that's enough time to really just lock in and hold on. That's something that these guys have to look out for. You don't need to go ahead and really shuffle around as much as you need to versus when it's 10 to go, 5 to go. Coming down to it, Hold on to your car. Get to that position that you need late in the race. You don't have to worry about it right now. Log these laps off and then try to find a checkered flag. Contreras back on that outside, lined in with Walker. Corey Lyles lined in on the bottom. 40 laps to settle this race. Lewis, top side, locked in there with the 93. Contreras, there in 6. Lewis to the lead on the outside lane. Still holding on to that machine. You're able to see Walker really just nail the back end of that Chevrolet. Shamela thought about it, back on the bottom. Couldn't work out. Lap 33 of 70. Horley in 6. Mosteller in 3rd on the bottom. Davis Lewis. Top side, lines in wheel to wheel. Josh Lilly back up inside the top 12. Laps taken away. These are your drivers going for the win. And Davis Lewis up there, like what he's doing. Top side, trying to get the drive off. Marty Shamela on the inside, lined in with the 87. Looking for a move. Ladies and gentlemen, this time by, we say welcome to halfway. Horley in the middle. Should we say that second group on that outside lane? Trying to get a charge, trying to get a run. Not able to really get something to work. Corey Lyles. And that 56 machine on the bottom. Really just struggling with grip off exit. That's been his big takeaway so far tonight from what we've seen. Shamela downstairs, now lined in with Mose. Goff on the outside, Lewis outside now, still 2x2. Davis Lewis locks in the lead down the bottom lane. You're just so much more stable on the bottom side. You can just see every driver on the outside lane having to catch that wheel-off corner exit. And they're just carrying so much speed that it's tough to hold on to this car. The Xfinity car really isn't like the next gen. You don't have a giant spoiler to really lay on that downforce. With this big car the way it is, it's really tough to get a grounding for it. So keep an eye out. A lot of these guys in that outside lane late might be making mistakes because their last-ditch effort might be going 3 wide. Shamela down low. Watching Walker battle for the lead. Davis Lewis able to nab one away. 38 out of 70. Thurston, Contreras, Barry, Corey Lyles. Lyles on the bottom, Eckert and company. Lewis downstairs, Walker. Way wide top side, has Horley in tow. Pushing, shoving, lap 39 to 70. Lewis, Mose. I think Lewis is thinking about clearing to that outside, but at the same time, he has a strong 87 just shoving him down. Time's ticking. Walker, the squeeze to the inside, gets there. Off the rear end there in the 48. 2x2, just 2 bullet trains going at it. Aiden Walker, top of the board. Second lane is starting to work out better. Long green flag runs give everyone the opportunity to get a second lane working. And just look how formulated they are on the outside lane versus the bottom. No one's really staying in line downstairs. Up front, it's all even. So what that means is all that air can go right over the top of every single machine, and then you get fast and they don't have all that air dumped on the nose of each other versus the bottom where no one knows how to just stay together in line. That's why Walker took the lead, and that's why at some point, if they don't fix it, top 2, top 3 might be cleared on that outside lane. Lewis, Horley, Shamela, and Thurston. Trying to get it done. Walker gets it in and out on that outside lane. Time continues to tick. Laps fading away from Atlanta. Goff, top side, one of the forwards, lined in. James Thurston as well. Thurston has led multiple laps so far here tonight, but a bold strategy put him to the rear. He has to start fighting and clawing his way back through this field. He is now up inside that top 10. What's going to work? Contreras there in 8th. Down on that inside lane. Lewis and company. Horley topside. Mose on the bottom. Lined in with Davis Lewis. Something's got a bite. Lap 44 out of 70. Like what Walker's doing on that outside lane. He's got a good ally there in Horley. My real fear is the fact that Horley hasn't really put a lot of clean air on that grill. Now he's going to finally get it as Walker goes down to clear. But man, he was sucked to the back end, and we've seen multiple times drivers blow an engine by just not getting clean air there on the grill. Next time by, 25 laps to go in the race. Walker on the outside. There with Frank. One machine outside wall. May have been Will Shack. And a couple lap machines out in front of you. Ethan Ecker, Contreras. Lines up and loaded. 25 laps to get it done from Atlanta. Chevy on Chevy, back to the line. Demos is going to stick with that 48 machine as long as he can. But the thing is, he can't really make a move until maybe Frank Horley does something for him. Bomar needs to get out of the way. Jumps to the bottom, does so now. 2 by 2 still. Scattered machines to the outside. Steinmeier at some point was up inside that top 10. Jump top to use that outside lane to his advantage, but ended up being a big disadvantage for him. He's back in the 15th position. Walker, 24 laps to find victory lane. Demos giving room. Waiting, swing, his way off corner exit. Thurston on the outside lane. Lined in with Ethan Eckert. Oh, Horley out of line. Way wide, 3 wide. That puts Lewis on the outside, puts Walker on the bottom, shuffle the deck, working 23 to go. I'm not sure what happened. I think he just got shoved out of line. And now we'll go all the way back to that 12th position. A couple cautions in this race. That was early on. Now the long green flag run. Walker loose. Shamela very loose on the bottom. And now no one can really hold their lane. They can't really gridlock each other. 22 to do it. Here comes Thurston in the Ford Mustang down the bottom. One spinning, 2, 3 machines to the rear. Lap machines, no caution. And they're multiple laps down. We're not going to throw the yellow for them because that means if they do get the caution, they'll be back on the lead lap. One to the wall, Corey Lyles. And it's turned into a race of attrition. Tire wear really becoming a mainstay. neutral, kept it forward. A couple other machines went around that were multiple laps in, keeping us green on this racetrack. 21 to go. Demos on the bottom, gridlock, Ethan Eckert. In tow with the 0-0. Oh, he's sideways. Multiple machines around. The big one down on turns 3 and 4. The caution will wave again. Looked like there was oil on the track. What was that? I've never seen just 3 or 4 machines just do the conga slide in NR at all. Wow. Something gave out. Unbelievable. Joseph Goff involved in the incident. Pit road's open. Let's go take a peek. They slid like there was oil. I'd said a conga slide. I don't think that's a thing. I think I confused that with the cha-cha. It was the conga line. That's what they were at. But watch this right here. So they climbed the banking at turns 3 and 4. And you see Demos has already lost that rear end. So has Walker. Then Lewis. Then Shamela. I think Shamela was really just trying to go to the bottom to avoid it all. And it just wadded up these machines. Wow. Let's watch on board. This is Lewis. Well, the admin said it was oil. I think he's joking. I've never heard of oil on the track in iRacing, period. That does not seem right at all. Well, Demos does continue this race. He did go for a slide, but he wasn't completely out of it from that hit. Some of these other drivers, well, they're going to have a shot at trying it all again. Lights off, top of the pace car. 1 to go this time by. Thurston on the bottom. Eckert on the outside. Most Shamela back 2 by 2, getting ready for the restart. As a couple machines have been taken out. Let's get ready to go green. The rumor now is oil. I'm having 3 or 4 people tell me that it actually could have been oil. That is not. They had a lot of. I'm a loss for words. You can tell I'm a loss for words. I'm stumbling over my words. But I've never seen or heard of oil on a racetrack in iRacing. I'm in shock. I'm just reading these messages that it actually could have been, because there's a car smoking in the outer lane of this racetrack and could have potentially put something down. I'm not sure if that's in the coding. Well, you can speculate and rumor all you want, but we've got 17 laps to go in this race. Back underway from Atlanta. Demos back single file after doing that big slide. Shamela in line with the 34 of Eckert. Corey Lyles there in 6 to the outside lane. Scott Horley in line. Trying to get a drive off corner exit. Can't get it done. 16 to go. Moss Stellar in shape to find victory lane. How about Shamela down the apron? Forcing Eckert wide. One in the wall. Davis Lewis goes around to the inside. 3 cars involved. And the caution will wave again. And take a lot of time. Let's look at it. I don't know what would spark him from going around. I think it's just going up and getting loose. No, might have had help. He did. That was from Goff. Ripped the entire nose off that 48. The 23 machine. Michael Gudger. Riding around involved. Watch once more. Did he have help? Or did the air just get taken off from? Makes things even more interesting. The race of attrition. 60 drivers qualified. We're maybe down to the last 11 in this race. 14 laps to go. Race number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The short track shootout. Gonna be a lot of fun to see how that goes down. But I'm looking at all these drivers up front. I think everyone's been involved in at least one situation tonight. And the incidents that have unfolded. Ethan Eckert lined in. Some guys going around getting their laps back. So next time by, we will get the one to go. We'll be ready to go green. So Eckert, Mosteller, Thurston, Horley, Lyles, Steinmeier, Shamela, Byram, Contreras, Drake, and Davis are lined up and ready to try it all again. More machines going around. That might have been Chad Thornquist. Now 2 laps down. Talk about never giving up. Good old Chad involved in a couple incidents here tonight. Lambert as well. They're not giving up now. Pit road is full of machines. Trying to go ahead and get it back on the racing surface. Barry back in that 14th spot on pit road. And we will try this again. The one to go for a 12-lap shootout. $12 to go from Atlanta. Does Ethan Eckert get his first ever win? How about Lyles? How about Horley? How about Steinmeier and Shamela? Mose on the outside. 2 by 2. Ready to go back green. Pace car down on pit road. Ready to try this one again. Mosteller on the outside, Thurston on the bottom. 2 by 2. Lined up, ready to go back underway. Someone will find victory lane. Who that will be? Well, we might know after this green flag run. Thurston 00. Mosteller 87. 12 to get it done from Atlanta. Demos in line. Lyles on the outside lane. Most top side. Now down to the bottom. Steinmeier back there in 5th. Looking to get something rolling. A lot of damage on the back end of that 45. Thurston, a slide out of line. 11 to go. Gotta stay bold. Gotta keep your foot in it. Toe-to-toe, Ethan Eckert. Down on the inside. Lyles on the outside with Steinmeier. 11, 10 to go from Atlanta. Worley, Steinmeier, Byram on the bottom, still needing a shove. A lot of these machines behind there willing to go to victory lane for him. Thurston down below, leaving the gap to the 87. If he gets a run, he can jump to the outside. Looks top, doesn't look it in. Got 3 wide with Horley in the middle. Up the gut, works out to the outside. Ford on Ford. Up there in lane 2, contact Contreras. Into the outside wall. 1-2 machines involved. Let them race. Not a lot of guys left for there to be a caution. His night will end. They race on. 8 laps to go from Atlanta. Byron's trying to size up the opponents right in front of him. Where do you go? Do you move top? Do you move bottom? Do you try to go below that line? 2 by 2, looking for an opportunity. Horley in 5th. He's got stuck up on that outside lane. This is what's left of the main pack. 7 to go. To 1 and 2. Horley still in 4th. Can't find a way around the Mustang in front. Most on the bottom. Shoved there by Eckert. The 87 losing speed to the center of the corner. Thurston around the outside, gets shot in the rear, 6 to go from Atlanta. He's just flying up there, flying on that outside. Lyles in tow. Help 2 by 2. Thurston versus Mosteller. Eckert versus Horley. Gotta get something to work right here, including your Horley right behind that 00. Ford, Chevrolet, manufacturer battle. 5 laps to go from Atlanta. Thurston on the outside lane. Horley still in tow. The drive off corner exit. James Thurston, the most winningest driver in our night. Daniel Mosteller, the fan favorite in our night. Both battling for the win. 4 to go from Atlanta. Byram, P5. Does he catch lightning in a bottle late? Mosteller lines in with Eckert. I continue to see him to lose speed back through turns 3 and 4. That rear end continues to just dip out. And that's where Thurston can just get that drive back to the line. 3 to go. There's Shamela watching this herd. 1 smoking up in front. Getting through it, no issues. Demos downstairs. Thurston still on the outside. Eckert bottom. Horley top. 2 more times around this great track. If they take the white, this race is official. Most Chevrolet. The pink and black bow tie. Downstairs, the Mustang. Hauling on that outside lane. Just needs a touch. Just needs a run. They're gonna do it. They're gonna get back to the start-finish line to make this race official. Santa Blanca, 1 to go from Atlanta. Mosteller on the flat to the inside. Dirt track and back to 1 and 2. Thurston on the outside. The squeeze. The shove. The wheel-to-wheel down off corner exit. Last gas. 3 and 4. Thurston gets tagged by Eckert. Humping into the outside wall. Daniel Mosteller is going to back into a win at Atlanta. Byram third. Shamila fourth. Nolan Drake. James Thurston, oh so close to getting it done, but will come up short. Mosteller back in victory lane. Unreal. He would have had it too. Eckert just got right into him. Most victorious. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Unbelievable. We're going to watch back on the finish. Another NR Night Classic. Let's go ahead and watch back on that finish. This is 1 to go right here. You see James Thurston, a lot of help from Horley. They have this race if Eckert holds this line on the bottom. The most winningest driver versus the fan favorite. And the fan favorite comes out on top. Eckert goes below the line. I think he was thinking maybe he could get the 87 loose. I'm just speculating. Comes right back up into James Thurston. Takes out Horley. Takes out Horley. Takes out a couple other drivers. Let's go talk to your race winner. Demos, this is John. You got a copy?
Yes, I do.
Made that one your own. Walk me through that last lap.
Oh, Ethan Eckert, I love you so much. Those were amazing. No. Those were really good pushes. He did everything perfect. Yeah, he was doing a really good job. You know, he doesn't listen to the haters.
He doesn't. He's his own beast. You know what I realize? Every driver in NR Night, when they come through the ranks, they start out getting a lot of flack from viewers and drivers, right? And then when they start winning, everyone loves them, right? And they get that little following, and it just starts growing. It happened with you. Well, let's rephrase that. It definitely happened with you, Mr. I'm going to go take people out in 2021 for the win.
No, that's not true.
I don't know about that.
I'm gonna block.
It happened with Mavic as well. You never know, man. Ethan Ecker, I think he's gonna be a fan favorite one day. But hey, I'm looking at the chat. They seem to be very split on it. James Thurston went down and just hit him after the yellow. I don't think he was too happy, but you have everything to be happy about. He helped you get the victory lane, and man, you deserved it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, as I said, Ethan did a really good job pushing. He listened to everything. You know, I told him, you know, to cut the apron on the front stretch because, you know, with the guys in here, they're gonna take every single inch they can. So I used that to protect us both, really. He was doing a really good job the whole time, and he did. Yeah, and then in turn 3, you know, he got the apron entering the corner just a little bit, a little squirrely, netcoded Thurston. You know, he almost actually had it. He had a run. If I blocked it, honestly, I probably would have wrecked. I just did the normal thing of diving to the apron, coming to the line to get away, but he had a run. He was really close. You know, someone said that in your call, you know, I said I backed into it. I
said that you backed into it because Ecker did take Thurston out. I did see that. So, with that happening, you backed into the win. But it's not like you backed into it as not deserving, because you led a lot of laps. You did deserve the win. I didn't mean back into it that way. I'm saying you backed into a win because Thurston, if you look back to the last couple laps leading up to that, Thurston had you every time off turn 4. You were very loose coming through 3 and 4. It was so obvious with that rear end sliding. And he kept getting you. And Thurston and Horley, they were gridlocked to each other. I thought if he was going to come back, James Thurston was winning the race. I am 100% honest. I'll be honest with you. Boy, that coming up into them and you having free range to roam, it was all yours. So, yes, you backed into it, but you deserved it. It's like in baseball, you know? A couple of these teams didn't finish well in the regular season. They're backing into wins, but they're deserving wins. So, that's how I see it personally.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I wasn't saying anything bad, if that's what you're asking.
No. I might as well go through my routine because I win so much in this. Thank you to... No, that's really mean of me. I don't want to grow an ego. Thanks to everybody that's watching. Thanks to you that's broadcasting. Thanks to Tyler Tinsley for making paint schemes. And someone has messaged me for a shout out.
Oh,
Michael Ford. This one's for you. We're winners again at Atlanta. We're going for a championship in the short track shootout.
Yes, you are, man.
I'm not gonna win it because Kyle Turzak's
here we go. Look at you just. I hope you know there's always hundreds of people rooting for you, Demos, week in and week out, and you always say, "I'm not gonna win it. I'm not good enough." And then all of a sudden you go to victory lane. I don't think you should be thinking that way. I think you need to grow an ego. Go let the viewers know right now how you're gonna steal this championship away from Kyle Turzak. Get them excited because let's be honest. We saw what happened with the Super Speedway shootout. You never know what can happen. You took the championship lead at one point. And it takes Kyle Turzak to wreck out one more time because he's already done it in this tournament. And he can. Right. He can very easily wreck out of this thing again. And I'm making the session as we speak. So I wouldn't say that he's got it locked up at all. We're going to go over the points in a moment. Sessions being made. If you want to race this finale for the tournament, the short track shootout, go ahead and request to join the NR Night in America League on iRacing. Just accept about 10 of you guys. Hey, it's going to be a stacked field demo. It's going to be day and night. It's going to be a lot of fun. Where are you in the points by chance? Do you remember?
I'm tied for second with Mr. Walker.
You're 6 points back. That's the same deficit you had at Super Speedway shootout.
And I didn't win that.
You lost by a couple points. You took the championship lead at one point.
Yeah, I lost because we couldn't hold a line for 100 more feet. That was very sad to soak in. And then I saw Schmidt, you know, get wrecked right next to me, and I did dirty Demos thing of the hard left, but it wasn't enough. Also, shout out to Schmidt actually for his Super Speedway championship. It's a shame he DNQ'd in this race.
I love how the drivers have really gotten into this tournament thing. That's why I'm like really excited to do more of it, honestly, because you guys have just been on it recently, you know, just going full support mode. So what I want to thank you, the drivers, for supporting these tournaments because they are A, a lot of fun, right? And B, it seems like you guys have a lot of fun with it. Am I just over speaking or is that true?
I've had fun. It's kind of fun, you know, having something to race for. Every spot matters. Usually in these races, I mean, I only care about either winning or helping someone that's chill with me win. Actually, that's really... No, I want to win, period. It's either win or finish last, crash out, do burnouts on the front stretch, whatever. But, you know, with the Super Speedway thing, not the Super Speedway thing, the tournaments in general, every point matters, every spot matters, and you actually have a purpose to race for every spot. And I find it very interesting. And I know I don't know if I should be saying this, but I know you've had talks about intermediate or road courses.
I would very much love to talk about that.
I would love to see a road course tournament with anything but the next gen.
I have to roll my eyes at that one.
Yeah,
here's the thing. I want to point this out. I love talking with viewers and drivers that have opinions, because then when you put it on screen and live, we get to all have this very opinionated thing. I'm not going to go too long into this, because I got to explain to everyone how close this championship battle is. As the session is up, and you should be joining in now, Demos, because only 43 drivers can join 5 flags. Here's the thing. The next gen has produced the best racing for us on road courses, period. I don't care what you have to say. The stats don't lie. The TikToks don't lie. The TikTok views and the short views of them do not lie. But I am also open to doing Xfinity and Truck, because I know they are good, and I think we've gotten a big enough road course audience to make it work. Heck, we're not doing next gen tonight for the road course. We're doing the ARCA Gen 4, which is a Gen 4 with a different horsepower package that makes the requirements for a road course racing good. So I'm gonna say we're still gonna do the next gen because the viewers like it, I like it, and they still do a great job at giving us a great product. But I can't go ahead and say we're just gonna outlast it completely because some of you guys don't like how it handles.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Hopefully in 2 hours, we all prove you wrong with the Homestead road course, as you said, in the ARCA car. I've waited 2 years for this moment.
It has been 2 years, hasn't it?
To defend my 5th place finish, 30 seconds off of the leaders. I know Swaggy said he wasn't gonna race, but I don't like getting beat by people. And Swaggy was better than me back then. So hopefully he races so I could get some revenge on him and make myself feel good knowing I'm a better.
Well, let's talk about the points right now. We're loading on in. So if you're a viewer watching on, these are the drivers you got to watch out for. James Thurston needs to win out. He's 15 points back to Kyle Turzak. For Thurston to win, he needs to win the race and Turzak to finish 13th or worse. He sits 6th in points. Justin Champagne, kind of in that same boat. He's going to have to win out or finish 2nd, with Turzak finishing in the 13th position. Justin Champagne, not the likely option. I don't think he's even racing for this, so we'll see if he can join on in. So it's mainly 5 drivers, in my opinion. Technically, mathematically 6 that have a shot at getting it. Then comes Chad Thornquist. He is 8 points back to Kyle Turzak. Now, this is Thornquist's, in my opinion, best short track that we go to. It's going to be a lot of fun. 5 Flag Speedway, very interesting, very unique style of racing. Going to be a lot of fun to see what Thornquist can do. Walker and you are tied for 6 points back. If any of you two win, Kyle Turzak, in my opinion, if I'm not mistaken, points-wise, mathematically, will have to finish 4th or worse for you guys to win. Now, if there's a tie, the tiebreaker goes to who finished the highest in the last race. So if Demos wins the race and Turzak finishes 4th, Demos will be crowned the short track shootout champion. Got it? Do we all get that? 6 drivers going for it. And we'll probably have someone pin down in the chat below who those 6 drivers are. Demos, words heading in. You excited?
Yeah, hopefully I do a little better this time. This really isn't my greatest track. We did it before in the trucks that I think I self-spun like 10 times.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a new day, new stream, new scenario, new track conditions. I actually don't know if it's in the day or night. Does 5? I don't know.
It's going to be day and night. We have lights.
Oh, that's cool. Maybe that's going to spice some things up.
It is. It's going to be the first time we've done a night race since 2022 at Five Flags. And I remember we did it one summer, and everyone's like, ooh, Five Flags. Not our favorite thing. Then we made it look a little bit better. And everyone's like, oh, yeah, Five Flags is great. Let's continue on with this. So, hey, listen, it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of drivers have already joined in. I'm going to let you know right now, only 32 drivers can take the green flag. So keep that in mind because we're going to be bumping out, I think, 11 drivers.
All right, that sounds good. Hopefully I make the race.
Gonna be a lot of fun. Hey, good luck out there.
Thank you, Mr. John.
Ladies and gentlemen, loading on in, and let's finish off this championship night with a short track shootout. I'm excited. Hopefully you guys all enjoy this. You sound like Alan Bestwick when you announce your races. Thank you. That is a huge compliment. Alan Bestwick is one of my favorite announcers. I met him. Here's a story I have with Alan Bestwick. I feel like I've been doing this enough times where every intermission I can have a great story about something that's gone on in person. So it was 2022. It was SRX at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And I remember when I just moved to Nashville, man, I'm telling you, I was on edge, stressing every day about that move, thinking, oh man, is this worth it? Am I going to get the opportunity? Do I just even deserve this opportunity? The views are great. The backing I have is amazing, but, can I prove to myself, to the people in the industry, that I can go ahead and announce in-person races and stuff like that? So I'm walking around the garage area and I see Alan Bestwick. And I went up to him. I said, hey, I got to ask you just a real question, front and center. Am I on the right path? That was a big thing to me. I didn't know if I was on the right path or not. And first thing he says, he's like, well, there is no right path. There's people that have gotten there by being in different areas, doing different things. And he was like, there is no set path. It's not like how you gotta be to be a doctor. You gotta go to college, get a certain degree. Being a broadcaster, you can do it in different areas. And I told him, I was like, okay, so I broadcast on this simulator called iRacing. He thought it was really cool. How I was doing it, I was like, my main thing is just trying to get an opportunity to broadcast that track. So he was like, this is a deal. Doing the iRacing stuff, it's great. Keep doing it, get your reps in. And one day, someone may come across that track or come across you that has a track that will give you the opportunity. What do you do now with any racetracks? I'm like, well, I do social media for the fairgrounds. He's like, that's great. You continue to do the iRacing stuff. It's a matter of time maybe before someone comes across what you do on iRacing. Well, lo and behold, we held the event with the fairgrounds. They liked it. The next year, well, 2023, continuingly in 2023, I'm broadcasting at the fairgrounds. So, really cool. I do take a lot from him, though, I will say. I've listened back to some of my broadcasts when I go ahead and take notes from what I've done well and not done so well and gotta go and improve on, and I'm like, it does sound a little bit like him, but I try to be as unique as possible. I do listen back on old NASCAR broadcasts where Bestwick and Mike Joy do go ahead and announce, and even MRN broadcasts, because it is important, like I put out in a tweet, it is very important to learn both ways of broadcasting, just in case the opportunity for radio style or broadcast style come in. So yeah, and Jarrett was there for it. So it is cool. Alan Bestwick, I do love his commentating. 2:30 left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to qualify as we get ready to race the final race of Short Track Shootout. We actually have the opportunity to get the new overlays on for that event. I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. The Short Track Shootout and our Night in America. It was the first tournament we brought back, but it will also be technically the second tournament to end because Super Speedway Shootout went really, really quick. Advancing to yellow now, ladies and gentlemen. Qualifying underway as we get ready to roll from the Pensacola Speedway. Gonna go ahead and bring you trackside. A lot of fun, excited to see how this all goes down and who's going to have a shot at making this field. Kyle Turzak, one of the drivers, lined in, ready to go at it as the sun gets ready to set for the Pensacola Speedway. James Bomar onto the racing surface. And we're actually going to bring you back just for one moment. We do have to turn the exposure up Pensacola doesn't have the greatest lighting. So we are ready to go ahead and give you guys the best of the best as we get ready to go green. Bomar in the Wendy's 20. Frank DeAngelis in the Sopranos 69. We are also, yes, looking to move Friday night streams to 6 Central, 7 Eastern. I might just make that the brand new time just because for driver count, Tuesday night was fantastic. It was unreal. We got to race 4 and I believe we're still pumping, guys. So we know that extra hour makes a huge difference. That is something we are looking at. We know 8 Eastern, 7 Central is great for race 1 for a lot of viewers and drivers, but 7 Eastern, 6 Central is definitely something we're doing again this Tuesday, and we might be bringing back full time for Friday. Turzak, top of the board, 16.66. Kenyon in 10th. Lyons in the 46. Nathan Lyons looking to go ahead and make a strong outing. Joseph Armstrong. Oh, new livery for him. An all-pink 22 machine. Joe, a driver we all thought was going to be one of the best in the short track shootout. Well, he didn't have the greatest outing whatsoever. He started out horribly at Kern County with a wreck. Didn't back it up at the fairgrounds or New Smyrna. Now it's looking just to end this tournament with a win at one of his best tracks, Five Flag Speedway. Short track shootout will have a season 2, and the tracks that we're looking at going to are Myrtle Beach, a fan favorite with the trucks. We're also looking at going to a free track, either South Boston, Langley, or USA. We're going to bring Kern County back because so many of you bought it. We know we have to go in and give that one another date. We're also looking, oh man, Armstrong right into the outside wall. I don't think they're going to give him that time. He's going to sit 4th as William Schmidt will sit in that 7th position. We are also maybe looking at Eldora, throwing that one in there, and definitely Hickory. So some tracks to look out for that second tournament. Josh Kenyon, 15th quickest. So 22 trucks will take the green flag here for the final race of the short track shootout. Only the top 12 will score points, so keep that in mind. Mosteller, Turzak, looking for James Thurston. He will not go ahead and qualify. Chad Thornquist, Aiden Walker. Those are the big 4 as we get ready to continue this tournament. The final race, the finale at the Five Flag Speedway. And then after this, we go to the road course at Homestead, Miami Speedway to go ahead and end off this night. So glad to have you all with us on this beautiful Friday night and our night in America, fueling victories all year long. Five Flag Speedway. I love this racetrack. One day I will head out there and see some great racing. One of the few local short tracks that have grandstands in the corners of 1 and 2. Really nice to go and see that. Packed out for the Snowball Derby. But nonetheless, we're ready for the racing so far the night as the sun will set onto the lights from Pensacola. Kyle Turzak on pole, looking to win out. 2 wins on this tournament. Wants number 3. Chad Thornquist on the outside lane. Him and Turzak have been battling all championship long. Joseph Armstrong back and forth. Aiden Walker in 5th. Frank DeAngelis. 100 laps. The average feature event for any short track race as we get ready to go green. I believe every race that we've had minus Nashville has been 100 laps. Nashville is 119. So it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this all rolls down through. Joseph Armstrong lines up on that outside lane. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes to victory lane. Chad Thornquist, the outside with the Toyota. Ready to go ahead and drop the hammer one more time. Let's get ready to go green. Toyota Chevy. Chevy on Chevy. Row number 2. I believe for the truck race at Five Flags Speedway, they did have an incident where someone went at least close to the catch fence. That was off turn number 1. Interesting indeed. What happened? I believe someone actually got suspended for that. Rolling for Five Flags. Lyons, Walker, Schmidt, Bomar. Lined in 2x2. Truck racing from Pensacola. You know what's a couple tracks that the trucks need to go to in person? Stafford, for sure. Stafford would be absolutely beautiful to have the truck series. They have softballs, and Five Flags had softballs as well. Bring them out here. I know they would sell out at a heartbeat. And hopefully one day if the fairgrounds get some softballs, they go as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Let's end this tournament out strong. Kyle Turzak, 51. Chad Thornquist, 67. The one to go. Toyota on Chevy. Row number 1. Chevy on Chevy. Row number 2. Let's go green. Pace car. Hard left onto pit road. Crowd on their feet. Just one more time. Let's crown ourselves a champion and light the fuse from Five Flags Speedway. Turzak on the bottom. Nathan Lyons trying to dig off corner exit. The look to the inside. 3 truck breakaway make it for Turzak. Leads lap number 1. Lyons is getting very bold with that front nose. Looking underneath. Now all the way underneath the 67. Thornquist off the outside lane trying to get a drive. Turzak will hold on lead for now. And that 67 continues to fight and claw his way back to 1 and 2. Now Chad's going to win this tournament. He knows he's got to take the lead and not look back. He's got to keep that 51 from staying out front as long as he can. But he really can't do that with that 46 breathing down his neck. 4 out of 100. Thornquist now slinks on through. Top 4 breakaway with Joseph Armstrong right in tow. One truck to the inside, out of the way. Over the bump to the old worn out surface. Turzak, no drive off. Thornquist back to the rear. He's doing a great arc. He goes to the outside, gets that drive back down on in. This is a great job just keeping that machine in play. That's what you got to do to go to victory lane. And Thornquist can do everything he can to put himself in position to find victory lane. Championship drivers towards the back end. Aiden Walker, Daniel Mosteller lined up nose to tail. That's 6th and 7th. Walker lined up. Both those drivers need to get up front and stay up front. Battle for the lead. Kyle Turzak back to P2. Chad Thornquist top of the board. Now you've got to hold on to it. May be difficult as this race goes on. Turzak losing time down off corner exit. And we'll continue to remind you how the points are adding up in this race. Thornquist comes in 8 points back. Trying to get something to work. Turzak now back to 3rd. He may have a problem. Lyons finds his way through. Armstrong to the inside. Not the best outing early on. A couple of these guys already way to the back end out of the race. Remember, if you're in 4th, you're in danger. You're in 5th, you're in serious danger. Thornquist hoping for that 51 to jump outside the top 5. Joseph Armstrong right there, stuck in the 51 machine. William Schmidt Schmitty back to 5th. If Turzak goes to that position alone, Thornquist might be your championship leader. To the inside of Lyons. Remember, these two went at it out west there at Kern County. A great finish. Oh, one machine sideways up to the outside, the number 17. Championship Charmers in the back had to avoid the caution will wave right away. And that would be Wayman. Went around on his own. And that will go ahead and stack this field up once more. Well, Kyle Turzak has already proven that he is not the fastest driver on this track. Something to keep an eye out for. Let's go see what happened with the 17. This is on his own out there. Drove it in deep into one, hit that bump. He just goes up the track. I don't know, man. How did he lose it? That's the real question. Well, on 17, you see he's just throwing it on in there. The car has no grip. His idea of speed is to make it up on entry. You just see he was harding the throttle on entry and just washed up. This is the big problem here. You saw your championship drivers have to go around. Most having to go wide, losing a lot of time. And that is definitely enough to go ahead and spark the first caution. Pit road is open. So Bomar will be your race leader. They'll put Turzak now back in that second position after they've all shuffled their way back through. Thornquist will go back to third, so Kyle Turzak will regain this championship lead early on. Bomar, Turzak, Thornquist, Lyons, Walker, Demos up inside that top 7. All waiting in the wake to try this again. He's still got a lot of racing left to go. That's the big thing you got to look at. Really how these guys attack this next portion is going to make the big difference. Let's try it again. James Bomar, last win was in the Truck Series. That came from Rockingham. An old abrasive surface, a lot bigger than this one. But he did it off strategy. He did it off taking the chance, the gamble. Bomar looking to do just that as we line back up 2x2. Turzak on the outside. Nathan Lyons ducked in with him. Grab a gear one more time. Back underway from Pensacola. 3 wide. Thornquist on the bottom. There goes the 20 of Bomar on the wall. Single car spin wants up even more as the caution comes right back out again. Well, that's embarrassing. William Schmidt all junked up. And what Turzak needs is more and more machines having issues. Wow. And William Schmidt will not be able to close this one out. Let's go see what happened. Just lost that rear end. It was a huge overcorrect. It wasn't even close. Watch it again. These guys got to focus on taking care of the car. They can go ahead and get mad about the setup all they want. I'm not saying that he probably is blaming the setup, but sometimes when drivers make mistakes like this, they say, oh, it's the setup, it was too free or it was too tight, I couldn't control it. No, everyone else was fine on entry. James Bomar just let that rear end slide on him and just went right around. And he will not finish this race. Now, where is everyone on track? Well, you look at it right now, there's still a possibility for Thornquist to win, but Demos and Walker have to go ahead and fight for this lead at some point tonight. Turzak, Thornquist, Lyons back to third, Walker in fourth. Lights will go back off once again and we'll get back underway. Turzak on the bottom, 80 laps to go. Thornquist on the outside, 2x2. Ready for the restart. Who's gonna win this race and how? As we get ready to try it all again. 2x2. Heading back to the stripe. Turzak on the bottom, Thornquist on the outside. Less than 80 to go from Pensacola. Thornquist trying to squeeze Turzak on the bottom. Nice drive off for him. So he's trying to go ahead and get out in front of it. Armstrong up into the wall as well. Turzak on the bottom. Losing ground. Thornquist in that second lane. Thornquist back to the lead at Five Flag Speedway. Got him. Walker in 5th. Marmagallo in 6th. Schmeeker there in 7th. So got Horley back to that 8th place position. Got to keep an eye on him. Armstrong, Bomar, Schmitty, and others. Lined in behind. Marmagallo in the 6th place spot. Looking for a way around Walker. Lions P2, one slide it, all the way down to the bottom. That's Wayman again. Thornquist, forced to possibly win out here tonight. Lap 27 to 100, here comes Lions. And Lions would probably love to see a Chad Thornquist championship. We'd also like to go in and see a win for himself. Keep that in mind as they continue to roll around. Most in 4th, Walker. Back in that 5th place position. Marmagallo, Schmeeker, Horley. Horley in the 8th place spot. Lions in 2nd. Dials it back in. Looking for something. Oh man, he really just can't get it on entry. That's his big problem right here. Lions is so strong on one end of the speedway. No, the other is just so chaotic for him to go ahead and try to get something to work around. Cars on the ragged edge. Chucks it, we say. Walker, Mose. 4 championship contenders up inside the top 5. The lights have definitely come on this racetrack. Turzak there in 3rd. Still no real way around. Lions in 2nd, holding on to what he's got. Lap 32 out of 100. Walker P5. Marmagallo, Devin Schmeeker. Schmeeker to the inside of the 17. Barb's not just holding his own on that bottom. Not putting himself in a bad position. 33 out of 100, Nathan Lyons. Lyons in 2nd, might get a bump here from Turzak. Demos 4th. Well, he's working up the chain. That's the good news if you're the 87. The bad news is he's got to get out in front of Turzak, then Lyons, and right now Kyle Turzak has the speed to find his way around that 46. Another look to the bottom. Chevy on Chevy. Turzak almost threw his race away, getting into that 46 machine. Was able to save it. They continue to race on. Mose in 4th. Lyons in 2nd. Half a second the difference between him and Chad Thornquist. Lap 37 to 100. Aiden Walker. Running his way around, Devin Schmeeker. On the bottom, Horley right behind. You see Barbagallo in 6. Schmeeker goes right to that quarter panel and now brings it back wheel to wheel. The long green flag run, the battle for second. Terzak almost up and into the 46 once more. Lap 39 of 100. It's a great job just rolling that bottom. But just can't find a way through. That's his big issue. And for Joseph Armstrong, it has been the oh so very bad tournament for him. 2 laps down, sitting in 13th. Was involved in an incident at some point during this race. Aiden Walker back in 5th. Daniel Mosteller in 4th. Most closing on into the Terzak 51, but not able to fully find a way around yet. Pulls that setting, you can tell right now, tire wear has become a big issue in this race. 37 back. 34 was looking 36. But oh, trouble! Chad Thornquist, your race leader, just spun it off turn number 4, and the caution's gonna wave. Wow. If you're gonna win a championship, you can't make mistakes. And that 67 has a whole list of them, ranging from race 1 to race 4. I just barely got that inside wall. Just watch it once more. Drove it in deep, hard on the throttle. Lost the rear end. Man, that car just gripped up coming off corner exit. It looked like a routine move. It just did not work out for the best of them. Oh, he did catch it with the nose. How does this play in the role? Pit road, it's wide open. Joseph Armstrong going around and getting his laps back. He'll put it on pit road this time. Lyons, Terzak, Most and company are going to line back up 2 by 2 as we get ready for the restart. And now we're looking for the pace car. I don't think they're actually able to find the pace car. There it is on the backstretch. A couple other machines would like to get one of their laps back. I believe that's the 01 right there, Steely. And Terzak gets to hold on once again. The problem is, though, Demos is right there, and he has to make sure he finishes in front of him and Walker. I might go ahead and throw things for a loop. Lights back on. Top of your screen, you'll see where they all are. Nathan Lyons, Kyle Terzak, Daniel Mosteller, Aiden Walker. Walker, another driver, in contention for this short track tournament. Now, what is the unique thing about this? We have drivers that race short tracks in person. We have drivers that go ahead and race nothing but the sim, and there's nothing wrong with any of that. The big thing is, when we bring these guys back wheel to wheel and they go after each other, some might have different ideas versus others, so keep that in mind as we get ready for the restart. Lyons wants the outside lane. Terzak is going to go ahead and throw himself on the bottom. As the sun continues to set, we'll be ready for the restart. Lap 47 of 100. Time to try this again. Closing in on halfway. Kyle Terzak. Quest for a championship is on. Walker on the outside, wheel to wheel. Trying to get something to work. Mose on the inside, painting the white line. One sideways, Horley way in the back. Thurquist tagged as well. He goes around again. He's going to get it refired. He didn't hit anything. Oh, he might have now. The leaders are going to be coming by. Caution's out again. And just like that, we rack him back up. These trucks are on the ragged edge here tonight. Thurquist trying to make as much time as possible. There's Horley. First one to go sideways, got down the flat, gassed it up. And then Barbagallo. Got right into that 67. Pulling the caution out again. Thurquist is back down on pit road. Lyons, Terzak, Walker, and Mose becoming your fast four. And this will be a quick yellow, meaning we're going to be going right away. Joseph Armstrong, with that caution, will go back on the lead lap. Another driver that we know has speed to go to victory lane. But the interesting thing is, a lot of racing left to go. Let's get ready to go green once more. Lights off once again on the top of the pace car. Chevy on Chevy for the first two rows. Schmeeker, Vanderlee, Barbagallo, and Kenyon, top 8. Baker, Armstrong, Quinney, and Horley. That's your top 12. Terzak in second. Mose in third. Walker, Vanderlee, try this once again. A caution heavy first half brings us to the second. Back underway for Pensacola. Lyons on the outside. The drive down off. Terzak nearly lost it. Now he's struggling on corner entry. Nathan Lyons, new race leader. Now for all the cautions we've had a lot of lead changes here tonight. Demos into the outside wall. Marcus Vanderlee. One of the drivers to go with him. Armstrong stride sneaking through, 3 wide in the back. Now we got relaxed yellows for incidents back there. Mose not looking like a championship night for him. Aiden Walker now needs to find his way around Kyle Terzak, then trying to find his way around Lyons. Barbagallo sliding to the inside there with Josh Kenyon, 2-car incident. Getting it refired, we stay green. Yeah, Barbagallo's had a lot of problems. And then our night, not making a lot of friends out here. Respect level for him has dropped off a cliff. But trying to get green flag racing on in, we do keep it green. Terzak, half a second back. Nathan Lyons back to the line, lap 58 of 100. Terzak still running that second lane. Actually making up time there to the 46. Walker under a second, really closing that gap. Devin Schmeeker back there in fourth. Closing the gap as well. 3 for the difference. Kyle Terzak wants to retake this lead. Lyons lined in, next time by, 40 to go. Rolls the center, back on the throttle. Terzak just a little quicker. $19 back, $18 back. $17 the difference. He's got something for him right here. You just see them closing back into that tailgate. Less than 40 to go. Terzak looking outside. Still can't find a way through. It's the big battle for the lead, and look who's closing on in. Aiden Walker back there in third. one of the quickest drivers on track. Something's gonna have to work out. 64 out of 100. Lions holding on, back to the middle. Terzak. 16 back and closing. He's also gonna need Devin Schmeeker to make a big move, talking about none other than Aiden Walker. 65 out of 100. The lunge to the inside. Lions trying to shut the door. Losing that rear end. Now the lunge, the hit, wheel to wheel by the Chevrolets. Terzak's trying everything just to keep him on the bottom. Lions still not happy about what happened at Kern County a month ago. Been trying to get back at Terzak ever since. 67 out of 100, lap traffic in front. Lions still there, the drive off the outside. Terzak keeping that squeeze alive. See Walker closing that gap. Devin Schmeeker right there as well. They keep this wheel to wheel. We'll close them both in. Terzak to the lead. Lions to try to the inside. But that lap truck right in front of them. Lap machines, wheel to wheel. Kenyon Barbagallo. Terzak going wide. Lions on the bottom. Soon to come to 30 to go. Kyle Terzak, 2 wins in this tournament, looking to make it 3. Aiden Walker has pace, but needs to go and catch him now. I don't know if Lions is going to be able to retake it. Going down to 29 left. Lined up, nose to tail. Terzak on the bottom. Knows how to do bold things when it matters the most. Lap 72, coming to lap 73. Nathan Lyons in second. Walker in third. Schmeeker, Thornquist, Mosteller and Vanderlee. Closing into that 25 to go mark. Nathan Lyons has now tracked down the 51 of Terzak. .26 to go. These lap trucks are going to make it very difficult. They had pace before their incident. They didn't get the caution, which means Terzak's got to fight his way around these two guys. Schmeeker losing time, 2 seconds back to your race leader. Walker needs to win out, may also need a caution. 25 laps to go. Looking to the outside of Barbagallo. Looking to the inside, Barb, loose off exit. I'm thinking he's going to let him by, maybe not. Hung around that outside, he's going to fight him for that. That staying on the lead lap. Ooh, and he's going to go ahead and get cleared. 23 to go. Lyons is there. Now the question is, does he perform the bump and run? Remember back to Kern County. Once Kyle Terzak got to the back end of the 46, he shoved him out of the way. No, let's rephrase that. It was Lyons that shoved him out of the way with the bump and run. Then Terzak squeezed him to the bottom. Do we see that again? Lap traffic all around. Walker there as well. 21 to do it. Walker stuck in the minefield. And they've got to get out of the way, let him go. to the inside of Barb. Rolls sideways. That being Joseph Armstrong up into the wall. He would have gone down as one of the greatest short track drivers at NR if he was able to go in and perform well in this tournament. But it has been an abysmal 4 weeks for that driver. 19 to go. Nathan Lyons, half a second. Needing something to work. Chad Thornquist mathematically could be out of this running. Terzak. 18 to go. 17 to go, this time by for a championship. Didn't dominate the early portions of this race. Leads changing multiple times. Lyons, Walker. Walker back to that third spot. 15 laps to go this time by. Lyons losing time. Walker losing time. Thornquist losing time. There's Devin Schmeeker. Went for a slide, now in that 8th spot. $14 remaining. Now Walker's thinking about trying to catch at least Nathan Lyons. So if you do get a timely yellow, you'll be at least wheel to wheel with the competition. 13 laps to go this time. Joseph Armstrong. Another lap down. Walker. In third, still no speed. Thornquist. Mosteller, Frank Orley. Making out your top 6. Under a second between first and second before we put sticks on the board this time by. One truck up into the outside wall. That's the 0-1. Way out of the way, Nathan Lyons. Gonna find his way through. Lyons in second, lost all that time. And for Kyle Terzak, it can now be that walk in the park that he likes to see. One of the best short track drivers to get it done in NR. And doing a great job of it. 9 laps to go. One, 3, 4 the difference. Lyons fading. 8 to go for 5 flags. Vanderlee, Bomar. 2 drivers that were excited for this race, but way far back. How about Devins Baker up to 7th? Brother Baker, that's what they call him to this score. 1 sideways, Chad Thornquist. Again, off corner exit. He gets it refired, so not enough for a caution. And Terzak doesn't want to see a caution at all. He just wants to see this race end. 6 laps to go. Lyons will go winless in this tournament. But now the battle for second will be on. Walker and Lyons looking to go toe for toe. 2 Chevrolets going under a blanket. Up the track, Walker to the inside. Wheel to wheel with 5 to go. Bump, rub, gets some wheel to wheel. Walker on the inside. Lyons on the outside. 4 to do it. Lap truck getting out of the way. Just feathering the throttle, trying to get back around to finish this race. Lions going wide. Walker looking to clear. Very much does. Aiden Walker P2. Lions underneath him. Made heavy contact with him, but look at the left end of your screen. Bottom left, look at how much you're on the counter steer. He's gonna do it. He's gonna work his way to the white flag this time by Salamanca. 1 to go for Kyle Turzak. Lions goes around on the apron. Gets it back, refired. He won race 1. He won race 3. Both coming in a great fashion. Now he's going to win the race and win the short track shootout. Kyle Turzak victorious from Five Flags Speedway. Second comes Walker, and Nathan Lyons will not go to victory lane during this series. After this, we go to Homestead, the road course, for 25 laps of action. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long. Bullish victory lap. Going on with that 51. And our night in America. Feeling victories all year long. A lot of cautions for the first half, took out a ton of drivers. The second half, well, that was fantastic. Turzak putting it on pit road and putting it into victory lane. Victory lane presented by Jags. Let's go talk to your championship winner. Hey, 3 wins, that's going to get it done for you. Remember when we announced this, Kyle Turzak was super excited to have a championship, to have a tournament. And now here we are. Turzak is a John, you got a copy.
Yes, sir.
Getting it done, Five Flags Speedway, 3 wins on the season. A lot of cautions early on, wasn't there? Walk me through the entire race.
Yeah, you know, I just saved my tires at the beginning. I let Chad go, actually, right there, because I thought we were going to have a long green flag run. But after those 3 cautions, I know that wasn't going to come, and I saw Chad shift down, he said. And then I set my sights on Lions. I know he was good short run, but as soon as we got in the long run, dude, I was just flying. And wow, I'm just lost for words, you know. I've been really, like, nervous for this race, actually. I don't know why, but I have been.
Really? Well, I mean,
yeah,
you saw what happened with the Super Speedway shootout. You know anything can happen. A lot of cautions early on. I was worried you were going to be in one of them at some point during it.
Yeah, you know, the really bad one was when Lions was battling me right there, and we kind of door banged a lot, and I spun my tires on the restart every time. But, you know, we got it done, and I'm really excited right now.
Well, would you like to say anything to anyone back at home?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I want to thank Zeem Setup Shop for everything they do. Justin Brooks Designs, Dalton Trump Photography, Sign Design Co. for everything in real life. Bobby Creech Motorsports for the roll cages in real life and all the chassis. You know, my mom and dad, we're racing Sunday, so let's see if we can get 2 in a row.
I was about to ask that. When's your next race? So where are you racing this Sunday?
Well, we were supposed to race tomorrow, but it got rained out. But the schedule for Sunday, sorry. I'll be racing Dominion in the little car, and then we're gonna get ready for the Thanksgiving Classic for 30,000 to win. So
heck yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be at Southern National, and I'm really good there. So yeah, we're gonna run the little car though. Might as well just get somewhat
So
more
what's the
experience.
little car? Explain that to me.
The little car is our floor bang that we got that you just take out the tracks and go trophy hunting, and that's what we're gonna bring to the Classic. It's gonna be 1,000 to win each night. We have 2 nights.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it's gonna be really fun. My brother also is gonna run limited there at the Classic, but yeah. As soon as I crossed for that white, Chad was trying to slow up a little bit, and he was playing with me. I was like, not now. Not now.
Yeah, it looked a little nerve-wracking there at the end. A couple of those could have been a caution. I was like, no, they got it going. They just kept getting it going. But at the end of the day, you went to victory lane. Congratulations, my man.
Thank you.
Kyle Turzak, ladies and gentlemen, wins the super... No, oh my gosh, I continue to make that mistake. Wins the short track shootout. 11:33 on the East Coast, 10:33 Central. Once again, so glad to have y'all with us. Let's get this race on the road, that being race number 4. And it looks like with the way things are going, this may be the final race. You know, maybe we should consider 7 Eastern, 6 Central for all of the NR nights. Something that I have to consider, even though it is a Friday night. You know, once we get, it's consistently now, once we get to that like 11 o'clock swing, or even 10 o'clock, 10:30 swing, things start changing. So I am going to go ahead and keep that in mind. Session is up. Password is Idk. Let's go road course racing. It is 25 laps at the Homestead Miami Speedway. Let's say hello to some viewers down in the chat below. Thurnquist, Swappers, have Coco in the chat, have Brian in the chat as well. William Schmidt's biggest fan. How are you doing? Hopefully you're having a lot of fun as we get ready to go green. Who's been watching Loki? I know that's so random to go ahead and say, but I am excited for Loki to come out. Loki is really cool. The first 2 episodes of this season have been fantastic. I already can't wait for the 3rd one. Homestead Road Course. Go ahead and join it. You have Homestead, you already have the track. You don't have to buy Homestead separately. This is actually a track that's in, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's in Forza. What do you guys think of Forza Motorsport, the new one? I think it's pretty cool. I think it's exciting. Ready to go back green. Drivers loading on in. And once again, it doesn't matter what your iRating is, you can go ahead and join that final race. Other than it looks like it's going to be the final race. I don't think we're going to be able to hit 300 at all. But to the ones that did drop a like, I really do greatly appreciate it. It helps us out a ton. So, we get ready to try this all again. 25 laps from the Homestead Road Course. Last time we did this, a road course tournament back in 2021. We did this road course tournament, thought it was going to be really cool, and then all of a sudden, so we were like, yeah, it's cool. You know what I mean? It's great, but it could be better. And we just never got back to it. We actually stopped doing road course races for a long time in NR. Like, we didn't get back to it for a while. And so I think the Chicago Street, we started realizing Chicago Street and Watkins Glen were really popular. So we just started doing that. And then we thought, you know what? It's been already a fun night. Why don't we just go ahead and bring back the road course, the Homestead Road Course. So many drivers loved it when we did it originally. And with me figuring that out, I was like, you know what? It's just best for us to continue to go ahead and do it. So that's exactly what we're doing now. Aiden Walker. Line on in as we get ready to go green. Drivers putting on the racing surface, or going on the racing surface, should we say. As we get ready to go green. Overlays coming on. We have a pretty good field for the road course. A really good field, actually. Wow. Not shocked, but I'm just excited. Pretty cool. Let's get ready to go green. Oh, no shock here. Ethan Stanley on the racetrack, but it's a good thing to say because we do love Stan. Stan is the man. And I think he's going to be the man to here tonight. I'm going to be honest with you. Fun driver to go on and watch. Homestead Road Racing. Getting everything ready as we get ready to go green. Aiden Walker, Drake Berry, and so many others. You know what? Let's not waste your time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's advance to the session and let's go trackside. We are going to see a lot of that here tonight. Drivers overshooting turn one. That's going to be must-watch TV when they head down in there. Zuniga. Oh, overshooting it as well. How about Pravi Richard? Look at Pravi getting his way through without a problem. Aiden Walker. Going his way around, so is Daniel Mosteller, William Schmidt. Schmitty in the Cyberpunk 79. And get ready, guys. We're going to have everyone overshooting turn one because it's a big kink and you want to put it flat out. Ethan Stanley in the purple. Looking to make something work. Back to turn one. Easy in. Oh, just cut the grass a little. And we'll knock over that second lap. A 118 for Ethan Stanley. Joseph Armstrong. Cross the line blinking. First and 15. Joe, this is his fast lap. I think he had the better turn one out of anyone. Honestly. Down towards the fountain corner. Sector one. Before working his way into Sector 2. This is old school NR right here. Gen 4 at the streets of, I want to say the streets, at the road course in Homestead. Thurston, Bomar, Barbagamo, and Barry. Kenyon, Schrinker, rolled in, all lined up. No, not the best Sector 3 for Joseph Armstrong. But if he can keep that foot in it flat out, Sector 4 may be all his. Working his way on the bottom. Full speed, back to it. Armstrong, second quick. 41 back to Ethan Stanley. Well, a lot of drivers had issues qualifying. Some couldn't put down a time due to issues. Bruce Berry, Oliver Quinney, Beasley in the 104. Stewie there in the 29, Devins Baker. Overshooting it as well. But we'll go 16th quick. Let's get ready to go green. And for you F1 fans, here's some breaking news. The Belgian Grand Prix is set to remain on the calendar until 2025, so we will continue to have Spa, which is great. I do love that track. I don't get to watch every F1 race, but when I do, I like to always look forward to either Spa or Jeddah qualifying, because I love Jeddah qualifying. Line it up, 2x2. Armstrong, Stanley. Have it dialed in. 300 likes, we will see race 5, Toyota on Toyota. And more machines lined in behind. William Schmidt, River Page. Lines up, ready to go green. So you know how this track works, and with it being a 25-lap race, it should be interesting. Should be action-packed together. Let's go green. Rolling off. Let's go ahead and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Gen 6 at Spa. Maybe one day. We talked about over the summer when we get like the driver count back through the roof, we will. That's why we did Monza this summer and not Spa. We realized we're like, we don't even get a high driver count for it because driver demand over the summer usually is crazy. Like, I think our peak over the summer, we put the session up and like within 30 seconds, 30 minutes before the stream even went up, it filled 60 out. So we're gonna get to that level again. It's always during the fall when you have some of these drivers leave, but we still have great driver count. We still have bump day, but it's just not over the summer. Where the summer we'll be bumping guys at race 5 and race 4. And we might see it actually in the winter. The winter will be the big thing. So maybe then when NASCAR's in the off season, maybe even Brazil, don't count it out. We're doing something crazy here. Road course racing, NASCAR style. Homestead Road. Gonna be a lot of fun. Lined up 2x2. Let's get ready for the green flag. Stanley and Armstrong. Lined up and ready to go. Pace car making that hard left onto pit road for the first time in a long time. We're turning left and right at Homestead Miami Speedway. Let's light the fuse from Miami. 3 wide into turn 1. Page was looking for it, probably Richard around the back. 2, 3 machines off course. Up front, they stay green. Schmidt's looking for a way through. Aiden Walker, Daniel Mosteller lined up the lunge by River Page. Page to the inside, finds his way through. Joseph Armstrong trying to make up time to Ethan Stanley. Demos looking at the bottom. Thought about it, couldn't get it to work. Top 2 pulled away by a huge margin. 4-7 back. River Page will hold on with this drive. 24 to go. Joe can outbreak him down at turn 1. It's going to be big. Oh, Ethan Stanley off and into the grass. So is Armstrong. So easy to overdrive that first set of corners. So much has changed early on. Here's the herd on the right side of your screen. A lot of these guys have separated out. See Demos going for the lunge on Thurston. River Page around. Does he get it refired? Drop it all the way back to 16th. Stanley the leader. Schmidt into 3rd. Thurston, Mosteller, Aiden Walker, James Bomar. How about Roldan? Full saw down the inside. Now we talked about before, Homestead is a progressive banking track, but you don't have to use it until you come off corner exit. I don't need to use it at all with how this setup is. We'll just put it down on the bottom. Schmidt off, Thurston off as well into turn 1. Where did Joseph Armstrong go? Back in 18th. Made a crucial mistake. And Joe has wiped the 4 more machines going off in the bag. That's the 62. Tammer. Off and out. Barbagallo in the Los Polos Hermanos. 17 Dodge. Rolling his way through. A lot of these drivers making mistakes. An unordinary car track combo. Walker 3rd. Should we say in 5th? Thurston in 3rd. This is the battle for 2nd. A lot of right front damage on that 29. Looking for that wide arc. Schmidt P2 on the drive. These guys continue to make mistakes on that drive, and they know to make up time in sector 1. You kind of just have to throw it on in there to at least make something stick or work. For some drivers, it's too much to handle. 22 to do it. Diego Roldan, Bruce Berry, James Bomar. Bomar's been inching for a way around for a while. Hasn't been able to make anything work. 22 to go. Demos lined in. Back in that 4th place spot, James Thurston there as well. Wide, heavily wide, onto the high banks. Demos are in the bottom. Thurston's just up against the wall. And Mosteller will work his way into 3rd. 21 to go. Schmitty, no mistakes. Joseph Goff around Barbagallo. Devin Schminker down in it as well. Bull River Page well off into the grass, making contact with the 11. Too many single car incidents. Caution's gonna wave. Now we've had nothing but spins down to turn number 1. Really push these guys back from each other. And Stanley was smooth sailing out and about the road course ringer. He's also done well in the ovals, don't forget. Was on it, but way too many single car incidents for us to continue on rolling. Caution's out for the first time. Let's look back. River Page. He didn't even make the corner. Not even close. Drove it on in and took out the 11. Pit road's gonna be wide open. And we're gonna see some come in, some stay out. This caution coming out, you have to go and catch that pace car. For Ethan Stanley, it's a lead that he did not want to see go. But it's gonna go away as of this moment. Schmitty in 2nd. Thurston in 3rd. All lined up. So you got 20 laps to go in and see how this will work. Mose, Walker, Barry, Barbagallo, Devin Schminker, Joseph Goff, Roldan, James Bomar, Marouse Berry, River Page. You got Josh Kenyon, Joseph Armstrong. Now Joe will have another shot at closing back in after his mistakes. But nonetheless, should be an interesting way to go ahead and work this race on through. We could get the 1 to go this time by, depending on how long it takes to go back around, but nonetheless, pit road will be open. I wouldn't be surprised if we see guys towards the back come in versus up front. I would not expect too many guys up front to make that charge onto pit road. Bomar in 8th. It's had a fun night at NR Night. Has gone ahead and raced well at Las Vegas. Now the racetracks doing what he can. James Thurston. They're in 3rd. We'll have Demos, have Walker, have Drake Berry, have Devin Schminker, have Joseph Goff. All lined in. Barbagallo, Roldan. As they get ready to try this once more. Pit road, it's wide open. Stanley looking like he's going to come on in. The whole pack looks to work its way on the pit road. So I'll go ahead and retract that statement. I thought it was just going to be people in the back. But it's going to be most of the drivers. As a matter of fact, all the drivers up front coming on in for new tires. This could be the final restart of this race. As we get ready to try it again. Schmitty, Thurston is in. Joseph Armstrong down in it as well. River Page. We're going to make things work. Some taking just right side, some taking 4. And Stanley will win the race off pit road. So lights will be off this time by. We will get the 1 to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the final 19 laps of the race. Thurston in 3rd, Walker in 4th. Mosteller. Line back up. ready to try this again. Barbagallo. Lined it as well. Two by two, Toyota on Toyota. As we get ready to try this again. Bobby Richard. One of the last drivers working their way off pit road. Walker in the Celsius 93. Lined up 2 by 2, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for the restart. Stanley on the bottom. Schmidt on the outside. Thurston Walker, row 2. Most Barbagallo, row 3. Barry rolled in row 4. Time for the restart. 18 laps to go from Homestead. The brace to turn 1. The mad dash in. Drivers fighting over spots. Push, shove, way in the rear. Most of the top 20 get through. Barbagallo and Demos, wheel to wheel. Thurston in the second, under half a second back. Schmidt back to third. So they shuffle the deck big time. James Thurston repaired that damage on pit road. No, he did not. Still a lot of right side damage. Joseph Armstrong. Looking to make something work. A huge drive to the inside of Barry. Here's the battle. Walker on Schmidt. See how wide they have to arc it down in. They want to hit that target point to the center of 3 and 4. That's where they get all that speed. You can see the drivers that do it right. They can stay hard on that throttle. Versus everyone else has to get out of the gas. Thurston, company, working their way through. More machines lock up to the rear. Josh Kenyon. That 33 machine, the 11 into Bomar. Flotty around. Thurston under a second. Bubba Walker's doing right here. Trying to stalk that prey. $17 to go. Mose, Barr, Armstrong, Roldan, Quinney, Kenyon, Barry. More machines off again. That's the 88. In the grass, out of harm's way, coming to 16 to go. James Thurston. On the bottom, William Schmidt joining on in. Ada Walker. Lined up as your fast 4. Schmidt throws it on in there. Walker's the type of driver to really back it up on entry. You just saw it there. Half a second between the top 2. Thurston wants the lead. The driver from Swiftville, Florida. The Fort Myers area. Trying to track down Ethan Stanley. A fun fact about him, he did the Garage Guys 499 last year. How he did it It was very, very interesting. Hurricane's coming his way, and it's a race against the clock. Got the race done and right away threw all this stuff up. You know, just get it out of the way just in case of a flood. But he was getting hit by the bands during the middle of that race. 15 to go this time by. Well, we know he's good in Sector 1. Question is, every other part of the racetrack soon to come into question. Daniel Mosteller lined in with Joe. Joseph Armstrong on the inside. Looking for a drive off corner exit. James Thurston throwing it on in. Lost speed this time. He gains a lot back in that second corner versus Stanley. That's where the big makeup time usually is. But needs to be faster in every other sector to really close that ground. About even in Sector 2. It's Sector 3 and 4 where things really start to change. 15 laps to go. 9 back. Now nearly a second. That's usually where it is, that second half of this track. It's all gain for Ethan Stanley. As long as Stan doesn't really make any mistakes, he's all good. Minus the fact that Thurston got a great drive, heading back into NASCAR 3 and 4. Will be in the draft, going ahead and shifting up. Letting out of the throttle. Then right back on the gas. Not having to lift for the outside wall. Stanley is there watching. Thurston. Another throw in. Just wheeling it. Doing exactly what he needs to do. Twists and turns. The silence of the engine before they're rolling back hot on the infield portion of the track. Schmitty, P3, Walker, P4, Armstrong, Demos, Barbagallo, lined in, rolled in, and company. Just looking to get to the end of this race. Joe's kicking that dust up. Throwing his way off corner exit. Battle for fourth. The lunge to the inside. Aiden Walker didn't see it coming. Can he make a pass though? That's the big thing. Gaining ground. Goes wide, trying to set up a turn one move. Still upshifting. Top two still separated around half a second. Armstrong, Walker, and Demos, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Joe off completely. And Walker looks his way to the inside. Fighting, clawing, his way back through the herd. Walker topside, Joe looking to squeeze. Mose, Barbagallo. Daniel Mosteller would love to find a way around this 93. Another look to the bottom. Demos gonna try the same thing that Joe pulled on Walker, and it's gonna work. Battle, top two, still under a full second. Once again, if you're looking for the Las Vegas race, that was race 1 almost 4 hours ago. This is race number 2. Stanley, Thurston making up even more ground now, half a second. The difference. Armstrong, Walker lost a ton of time. How about Barbagallo up to 7th? You know, we usually give him a lot of you-know-what for how his driving style usually is, but man, he's doing great. Size up for position. Goff on Kenyon. Kenyon taking that line away. Goff really deep on and through. Kenyon goes off. Goff should very easily take this spot now. Locks it up. A little bit of a twist and turn, and Goff is up inside the top 10. 12 to go. And James Thurston, he just knows where his priorities are and where he needs to make up time. Knowing also if he makes up time heading back onto the NASCAR portion of the racetrack, he's going to be in clear view to make something truly work. 12 to go. Half a second back. Stanley on the bottom. Coming off corner exit. 11 back. Toyota, Ford, 1-2. Half a second now the difference between first and second. Mose, Armstrong, Walker, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Lined up also looking for a big opportunity. Thurston continues to close this gap. Here for what could be the final race of the night. $11 to go. Stanley going wide, won't get the drive off. Thurston now gets the loud pedal, back going straight. Ford, Toyota, half a second. Keeps grabbing that gear. We continue to watch these guys as they race on. Mose and Walker, that's another one soon to be under a blanket. Thurston even making up time on the paint corners. 10 laps to go, heading to turn 1. Completely different entry points and completely different exits. This time, Stanley was a whole lot better. Down into 1. The question is, who carries the momentum off of 2 and 3? James Thurston again got to a 4.9. Oh, he's going to lose time in sector 2. Walker, Mose, Armstrong, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Rolling their way back, Barbagallo in 7th. Thurston needs to get that power down. Now they have definitely flipped a switch with Ethan Stanley, because he just gained in sector 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, he's going to carry a lot more momentum than Thurston in this portion of the racetrack. On the banking of NASCAR 3 and 4. Stanley holds on, 9 laps to go. Seven back, 6 back, really throwing it on in. Thurston getting some more speed in that machine than the Toyota in front. Stanley, not his better sector 1. Oh, smoke out of the 29. Mosteller, Armstrong nose to tail. Big braking with the front nose. Demos continuing to close that gap. James Thurston under a second. Ford, Toyota. Will this shape up at any point? Schmitty, 7 seconds back, needs a caution. Battle for Barry, back there 9th. Or should we say was a battle, and as it is now completely separated out. 8 laps to go from Miami. Thurston putting it all on the line. Lap machines right in front of him. Make up that ground, but they're wheel to wheel. That's going to hold Stanley up. Thurston with the drive off. No, how about not? Now loses all that forward momentum. 1 second the difference between first and second. Trouble! Ethan Stanley slammed by the lap machine. Thurston goes wide and into the kitty litter. Caution is gonna wave, and we're gonna have a restart. I think he's gonna turn that 104. And there's the damage on the 91. Unbelievable. All junked up. This will shake everything out. Let's go watch back. So these two drivers were battling, I think, for position. So Beasley goes wide. And the best thing to do is to get out of the way and let these guys race it out. They didn't do that at all. And then the big driver in the back of the 24 just damages the 91. Thurston forced to go in the litter right in front of your leaders. And the Darryl Berry's love and want and need, they're going to get a caution. This is going to shape things up. Pit road, it's going to be wide open. And we're going to see some tankers, and we're going to see some drivers possibly stay out. Well, this should be interesting. Final race of the night. Working midnight, past midnight actually. 12:15 on the East Coast. 11:14 for myself. And we get ready to try this all again. Thurston in second. Stanley your leader. Pit road wide open. Question is, who's going to come in and who's going to stay out? Going to be a fun restart. And who's going to take the opportunity to as well? Who's going to take the opportunity just to stay out and hope for something crazy to happen? We're not going to have a lot of laps left, and we're going to have relaxed yellows on unless something like wild happens up front. But pit road, it's going to be wide open. They're all coming in. Schmitty coming in as well. Joseph Armstrong and company. Big time restart ready to happen. Goff looking to stay out on the racetrack. And he's going to go ahead and take this race lead. Everyone else will have fresher tires. We'll get the one to go this time by. Lights off on the top of the pace car. Stanley in, Thurston in. Is it 2 tires? Is it 4 tires? How do you want to play it? All drivers in. See the right sides up only. They're only going to take right sides, which is a 2-tire stop. You see the left sides go up at any moment. And guess what? It's going to be a 4-tire stop as well. Left side's up. 4-tire stop for those drivers. Some towards the back, already off and away. James Thurston trying to win the race off pit road. He does! And James Thurston might be leading us, no, let's say second. We'll be on the front row. Oh, no, they're giving it to Stanley. He tried it, though. So Stanley will be on the front row. James Thurston in row number 2 with Goff staying out. Here we go. Let's go green. Stan the man. Will be on the outside, heading to turn 1. Goff will be on the inside. Or maybe they're going to switch it up. Crucial restart. Stanley on the outside lane. Crowd wakes back up. They know it's showtime from the Homestead Miami Speedway. The brace for turn one is going to have them all on their feet. Stanley on the outside. Goff downstairs. Thurston on the inside. Armstrong outside. Schmitty, Mose, Walker, Roldan. Get ready to grab a gear just one more time. Five laps to settle a winner. From the Homestead Miami Speedway Road Course, back underway from South Florida. Thurston to the bottom. Goff goes to defend, doesn't work out. 3 wide into turn 1. James Thurston, your race leader. Stanley into second. The lunge into turn 2. Sneaking their way through. It's go time right here. Every spot you can get. Shuffling around, Joseph Armstrong. Stanley back in that second position. How badly do you want it? Thurston, loose off exit. Stanley, the look to the bottom. The lunge. The drive deep into sector 3. Ethan Stanley takes it on back. Thurston the drive on the outside, side by side to the high banks of NASCAR 3 and 4. Thurston gets it. Stanley yields. Saw that damage on that 91. Unfazed. And curious how the rest of this race will roll. 4 to go from Miami. Where's the lunge? Armstrong deep in the third. There, if anything, goes south up front. Stanley close into the back end of the Ford. 4 coming to 3 laps to go. Walker, Goff, Mose, Barbagallo, Roldan. Mose to the inside, was just looking for it. Barbagallo on the outside. Brings it back wheel to wheel. Oh, he's turning the 12 of the wall. Joseph Goff hard and into the Armco barrier. No, that wasn't even an Armco barrier. That was a hard wall. Drake Perry up there as well. They keep it rolling. We stay green. Let them race. James Thurston has the most wins at Homestead Miami Speedway compared to any other driver. Over half a second now the difference between first and second. 3 to go. Some more moves. A lot of damage on the 08. Walker, Mosteller, Stan closes in. 3-9 the difference. 3-8 the difference. To a 7, back to a 9. The brace into the infield portion of this track. We've seen Stanley do bold things in the past. Crowd on their feet, loving it. 2-7 back. Remember the streets of Chicago, the bump and run. The drive in deep. Thurston holding on. It will be just 2 more laps to go from Homestead when they get back to the stripe. Stanley has led the majority of this race, but a timely caution brings James Thurston up front with the race lead. What's gonna happen here? Stanley a deep drive in, trying to hold on to it. Thurston on the loud pedal, Stan the man, oh, and he's just losing that rear end. Back through 3 and 4. Finding turn 5, finding turn 6. Makes a gap up, now loses it. Losing a lot of time down the back. Sparks and debris flying off machines. Will that 29 make a mistake? Still 7 the difference. Stanley's just holding on. 1 mistake and you can make up 7/10 easily at this racetrack. Might have just had one there. Thurston doing everything in his power to stay out in front of that 91. What road course magic are we going to have in this final lap? Salamanca, 1 to go from Miami. Stanley closing in, half a second. Final time to turns 1 and 2. He's got to make a big lunge right here. He wants to make something work. Big lock up. Didn't work out. James Thurston is pulling away. From leading majority of this race to now possibly ending up as the runner-up. Unless he gets that big drive into the final hairpin. Pushing it to the limits. Back on the loud pedal. The brace for the kink. To the inside, locks up the left front. It's gonna be all over. The most winningest driver in NR Night in America rolls back into Miami and is gonna capture the flag, but not on the oval, yet on the road course. You can't stop this driver from winning, whether it's in the state of Florida or the state of Tennessee. James Thurston reigns no matter where he rolls. Thurston victorious from Miami. And that's how it's gonna end. I do like this layout. We gotta do this track more often. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, that will end the night of NR Night in America. So glad to have you all with us. And what a fun night it has been. Road course racing. You just got to love it. That's it. Last race of the night. I can't stay up late like I used to. I remember when NR nights used to end at 3 or 4 in the morning. With me doing more stuff in the early morning hours of the day, I really can't go ahead and stay up that late anymore, sadly. But it's okay, because it was a fun race. Happy to get race 4 and James Thurston winning it. Parks on the start-finish line. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so glad you stuck around with us for this great show. Let's go to watch back in the restart. Goff went down to defend. Thurston on the bottom. Snuck his way through. That's what made the difference. Beautiful night of racing, and I'll see you all this Tuesday night at 7 Eastern, 6 Central with some more NR Night in America. Y'all have a great night and enjoy the rest of your weekend. As my name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR, saying so long for now, but I'll see you once again at 7 Eastern, 6 Central this Tuesday night.